right hand, the clerk will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about?
Oh, okay.
Alice? Because I was going to say, the client considered me non-rolling, and I got an extra roll.
Your Honor,
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you have time. Okay, yeah, I'm sure there'll be an opportunity. I'm testing it now, Your Honor.
I sent it earlier.
Yes, Your Honor, state's ready.
Okay. Would you call the case, please?
State of Florida versus Danielle Redlick, 2019 CFR 846, state.
Sean Williams for the state of Florida.
Jennifer Garcia for the state of Florida.
Catherine Conlon, along with Andrew Burnell, for Ms. Redlick, who is present in the courtroom.
All right, good morning to everyone. You may be seated. Have you got all of your exhibits marked? They're ready?
We are in the process of doing that. Betsy, I think, had to take a pause because proceedings were going to start.
Right, because we had audio issues first thing in the morning, so I'm glad we're at least only 10 minutes behind right now. So I believe I have all of the jurors who are present. Let me have state and defense approach right quick, please. All right, let's bring in the jury, please.
Everyone, please remain seated. $220 and $230 in the back. You're in the back. Yeah. 42? Who is 45? 45, 6, 294.
Good morning, everyone. Glad to see you back. I'm going to need all of you to please stand, raise your right hand. The clerk is going to swear you in.
Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issues between the state of Florida and the defendant and render a true verdict according to the laws and the evidence, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Danielle Justine Redlick. This is a criminal case. Danielle Justine Redlick is charged with the crime second-degree murder with a weapon and tampering with physical evidence. The definition of those crimes will be explained to you later. The state's charging document, which is called an information, is not evidence. It is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is going to be my responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state has proved its accusation beyond a reasonable doubt against Danielle Justine Redlick in accordance with the law that I will provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined and they don't overlap. This is just one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. Following the opening statement, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits may be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, I will give you instructions on the law. The attorneys will then have an opportunity to make their closing arguments, and following those closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will conclude with final instructions. After our final instructions are given, the alternate jurors will be released, and you will then retire to consider your verdict. You should not form any definite or fixed opinion on the merits of the case until you have heard all of the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law that I am going to give to you. So until that time, you shouldn't discuss this case among yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. I now instruct you not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, about this case, and no communication means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. You can't do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. And if you become aware of any violation of these rules at all, please notify court personnel of the violation. When I advised you about this yesterday, pretty much the same thing. Did anyone happen to watch the news or learn anything about the case, or have anyone talk to them about the case? Anyone on the first row? You will be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs like we did last night. And during those recesses, you must not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. And if anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence, tell that person that you were on the jury trying the case and ask that person to stop. And if that person be tried by you only on the evidence that's presented during the trial in your presence and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and me. Jurors must not conduct any investigation on their own, and this includes reading the newspaper, watching television, or using a computer, a cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are at the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit the places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look up maps or pictures to see any place that is discussed during the trial. And so you may be asking yourself, well, why do we have these rules? And the rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence that's presented in the courtroom. So if you investigate or research or make inquiries on your own, I have no way to make sure that the information you obtained is proper for the case. Likewise, the parties don't have an opportunity to dispute or to challenge the accuracy of what you have found. And that's simply contrary to our judicial system, which assures every person the right to ask questions about and to challenge the evidence being considered against it, and to be able to present an argument with respect to that evidence. So any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having that opportunity our judicial system promises. So any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings, and a mistrial could result, and that would require the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and an inconvenience to the parties, the court, and taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or both. Here are some other points that I need to go over with you. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove their innocence. And from the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt. And the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and in trial procedure, and so it's going to be their duty to make objections that they deem are proper for the case. When an objection is made, though, you should not speculate on why the objection was made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what the witness might have said had the witness been allowed to answer the question. During the trial, it might be necessary for me to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require consideration by me alone. It is impossible for me to predict when that might occur or how long those will last, but when such conferences are needed, please note they will be conducted so as to consume as little of your time as is necessary for a fair and orderly trial in this case. As you noticed when you walked in, each of you had notepads on your chairs, and if you'd like to take notes during the course of the trial, you may do so. And also on the other hand, we'll, like I said, be provided with the notepad and the pen if you want to take notes. But remember, any notes that you take are going to be for your personal use, and you should not take your notes with you when you leave the courtroom. Just leave those on your chair. During recesses, the court deputy will take possession of your notes and they will return them to you when we reconvene. And after you have completed your deliberations, the court deputy is going to deliver your notes to me and they will be destroyed, and no one will ever be able to read your notes. If if you do take notes, don't get so caught up or involved in your note-taking that you become distracted from the proceedings. Your notes should only be used to aid your memory. And whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. When I first began speaking with you, I told you that the attorneys are going to have an opportunity if they want to make their opening statements, and we are at that point. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. Just remember that what the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. With that, State, Mr. Wiggins.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Mr. Wiggins, I'll let you know at 2 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. January 12th, 2019, at about 7 in the morning. Mrs. Redlick is awake in her Winter Park home that she shares with her husband of over 15 years, Michael Redlick. A home that she shares with her 2 minor children, Jaden and Sawyer Redlick. And she is doing what many of us do when we first wake up in the morning. She's on her phone. However, this morning is unlike any other morning, because approximately 9 hours before this moment in time, that defendant plunged a knife into the shoulder of Michael Redlick, which would cause him to bleed to death in that home they shared. The home that she is standing in this moment in time looks like something from a horror movie. It is 7:22 in the morning. And Miss Redlick opens up her dating website, and she views the conversations that she's been carrying on. Through the course of this trial, you are going to learn about a number of individuals. You're going to learn Jaden and Sawyer. And what you'll learn about Michael is this. He was a senior executive with multiple professional sports teams. He left the professional sports arena and moved to the Central Florida area to work as the Director of External Affairs and Partnerships at the UCF DeVos Sports Management Program. He's a dedicated father. He's a husband. He's a person, and like all people, has his faults. But the evidence will show at the time of the murder that the relationship, which had been terrible for so long, was one that Michael had not given up on, was one that he still wanted to make work. You will learn that Danielle is quite a bit younger than Michael. She was a stay-at-home mom to the 2 children, which of course is a significant job in and of itself. And you will learn that Danielle Redlick had been extraordinarily unhappy in this marriage for a half a decade or more, has been unfaithful. And this would seem to lead to a major decision, which was the defendant's choice to file for divorce. She would ultimately abandon that effort, but in that time period, Michael moves out of the house. He moves to sort of a nearby residence or a nearby townhome, and does everything he can to maintain his relationship with his children. But Michael wasn't done with the marriage. Michael wasn't done wanting to live under that roof, under the roof that he would be murdered in. And so in October of 2018, thereabouts, Mr. Redlick moves back into the home. And what you'll hear from the Redlick children is that there's sort of this period where what was frequently a very toxic relationship between the parents seemed to be trending in a better direction. There wasn't quite the number of arguments, and maybe things were starting to improve. But in December, Ms. Redlick, the defendant, makes a fateful decision. She joins a dating site called meetmindful.com. And you're going to hear from the owner of that dating website, Keith Gruen, and you're going to see the records related to Ms. Redlick's membership in that dating website, and that she put herself down in December 5th of 2018, is that she was looking for a long-term relationship. This is the dating website that defendant opens while her husband is laid out dead on the floor. It will be clear from Ms. Redlick's own statements that you hear in various recordings, her activity on that dating website, that Ms. Redlick never wanted to make this relationship work, that she was done. Despite the fact that she didn't go through the divorce, she was not interested in a life with Mr. Redlick. She wanted to be happy. And happiness for Ms. Redlick was a life beyond Michael. Let's return back to that home on January 12th, 2019. Ms. Redlick stops browsing Meet Mindful and she begins to search. And what you're going to see through the course of this case are a number of exhibits that were produced from a digital forensic extraction from Ms. Redlick's phone. And so you'll see search history and web history and things of that nature. And what you'll see from these searches is that right around that time, right after she's done on the dating website, she begins searching for how to slit her wrists. This is at 7 o'clock in the morning. And you'll see that 7 o'clock turns into 8 o'clock. So now we're 10 hours since she murdered her husband, and she continues to Google how to slit her wrists. She makes it to a website. How long does it take to bleed to death after slitting your wrists? 8 o'clock turns into 9 o'clock. Mr. Redlick has now been dead in that home for 11 hours. It is now 9:28 in the morning. Miss Redlick picks up the phone, and for the what you will hear, because you'll hear that recording, is Ms. Redlick says, in the first words out of her mouth, the first version of events that she provides, standing in what appears to be out of a horror movie, I think my husband is deceased. He might have died of a heart attack. That's the first version she provides. What you will learn throughout the course of this case is that Ms. Redlick makes many, many statements concerning the circumstances of Michael's death. And although the details will change from statement to statement, often in very significant ways, Danielle Redlick maintains she did not kill her husband. Why? Why does Ms. Redlick say, after 11 hours in that home with that dead man, that she thinks that he died of a heart attack? The evidence is going to show that from the start, this defendant did everything she could to avoid responsibility for her actions. So what has she been doing for the last 11 hours? The evidence will show that she engages in a significant but failed attempt to clean up the scene. You're going to see the photographs from when law enforcement arrived, everything that Ms. Redlick did to try to avoid responsibility, to try to make this seem like something that it wasn't. Blood-soaked towels, mops soaked in blood. A 5-gallon bucket full of pinkish water. The smell of cleaning fluid striking the nose of the law enforcement officers and CSIs that enter that home. Blood in the primary bedroom shower, which you will learn because you're going to hear from a DNA analyst from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, is Michael's DNA, is Michael's blood. So to have a clear picture, as clear a picture as you can about this crime scene and what Ms. Redlick in fact did, the state of Florida is going to present to you the testimony of an expert witness by the name of Stuart James. He is an expert in blood stain pattern analysis. And what he's going to tell you is he's going to tell you that he looked at all the photos in the scene and he can offer some descriptions about what the blood says about what happened. How there are stains that are sort of textbook examples of wipes with an object. That this scene had basically been obliterated by Ms. Redlick. What he'll tell you is had Ms. Redlick not chosen to try to make this seem like it was something it was not, had she not endeavored to clean up this horror scene, he may have been able to tell you where the stabbing occurred and where Mr. Redlick walked after he was stabbed. But because of this defendant's efforts to cover things up, he won't be able to offer you that testimony. You're also going to hear from a number of individuals who have expertise in fields of digital forensics and cell phone analysis. You're going to hear about, as you've already heard, this extraction that's produced from Ms. Redlick's phone. So in addition to getting the data from the phone, law enforcement requested what are called the call detail records from Ms. Redlick's phone and Mr. Redlick's phone. And what those are records from the cellular provider that show calls and texts between numbers. We had those mapped. You're going to see a mapping presentation to sort of see where Mr. Redlick was, where Ms. Redlick was, sort of through this time period. But when you look in those records, you see something that you don't see in Ms. Redlick's phone. What you will learn is that the records from the cellular carrier show that Mr. and Mrs. Redlick were texting in the day leading up to his death. That is beyond dispute. But when the digital forensics person goes and extracts the phone, those text messages aren't there. Ms. Redlick has deleted those conversations. So in addition to obliterating the physical evidence on the scene, she obliterates any record of this particular conversation. And all of this relates to two things: the evidence that the state is going to offer to show Ms. Redlick's consciousness of guilt, as well as the evidence that she is guilty of tampering in addition to murder. So, I've told you that Michael was stabbed in the shoulder. That's not the end of it. You will hear from the medical examiner, Dr. Sarah Zadovich, and she's going to talk to you about the many injuries that Mr. Redlick sustained, that he has multiple incised wounds. Incised wounds are wounds that come from a sharp and cutting object to his eye and to his torso, that he has bruising through his arm and chest and under his lip and on his temple. She will tell you how some of those bruises are characteristic of what can be referred to as defensive wounds. Let's return back to that 911 call that's in progress. I told you that Ms. Redlick provides her first story, that he died, that she thinks he's dead, and that she thinks it could be from a heart attack. Well, within a couple of breaths, we hear the second story. Ms. Redlick says that there was an altercation, that she went and grabbed a knife, that Mr. Redlick took the knife from her and stabbed himself. So now he hasn't died of a heart attack, he's stabbed himself, and she runs to the bathroom, locks herself in the bathroom, and comes out sometime later and finds her husband dead on the floor. So within a couple of breaths of that first story, the jury will hear the second story. Winter Park Police Department and EMTs arrive in response to this call, and they encounter Ms. Redlick. Because Ms. Redlick had followed through on those searches and in fact slit her wrists, both of her wrists, and bled all through the scene because of that choice, she is taken to the Advent Health Orlando Hospital. And what you will have an opportunity to review are a number of sort of sources of evidence from that hospital admission. You're going to see photos of Ms. Redlick when she was at the scene. You're going to see multiple photos of Ms. Redlick at the hospital taken by Winter Park Police Department. But in addition to that, you are going to hear from Dr. Kristen Vandervelde. It's actually going to be a video because she was not available to appear at this particular trial. You're going to see in that video her being the attending ER physician, what Ms. Redlick told her about her condition. What Ms. Redlick said were her complaints, and what she observed from her examination of Ms. Redlick. And ultimately, what you'll find out is that Ms. Redlick has slits to her wrist and a bruise on her arm. And that's it. Ms. Redlick, when she is when she has had an opportunity to describe any complaints that she has to the doctor, that's all she says. And the physical examination finds nothing else. I told you that Winter Park PD responds to the scene. The lead detective in this case who responds to the scene is Detective Pamela Ware. And Detective Ware responds from the scene to the hospital to try to interview Ms. Redlick, in part because the whereabouts of the children are unknown, and in part because they've received this 911 call, a man has stabbed himself, a man has a heart attack. She's trying to get to the bottom of what they've just encountered inside this house. And we get more of a story from Ms. Redlick. Ms. Redlick tells Detective Ware about sort of the events that led up to Michael killing himself, because that's what she's saying. That Michael had found a text from another man on the phone and had become very upset about it. And that led to the argument, and you'll hear all the details she gives, and then that is the precipitating event that leads to apparently his suicide. Some of what you are going to hear about Michael Redlick throughout this case may not reflect positively on him. Certainly the allegations of infidelity, and maybe some aspects of how he reacts to finding out that his wife is talking to another man when they're on the mend is understandable, and maybe some of it will not be understandable. But that's for you to decide how important it is in determining whether Ms. Redlick is guilty of this crime. You'll learn that because Ms. Redlick has attempted to kill herself, and the evidence will show that this is another example of Ms. Redlick's efforts to avoid responsibility for this crime, that she's brought to a mental health facility. She's been Baker Acted. And this Baker Act will lead to 3 additional statements that you hear. While in the Baker Act facility, this defendant calls Detective Ware. You'll hear the call. And I want you to listen closely to the call, because a couple of things are going on in the call. One, you're going to hear Ms. Redlick probing for information. You're going to hear her hopeful, somehow hopeful, that this is not going to turn into a murder investigation. That law enforcement is going to encounter that scene and say, yep, this looks like a suicide. Yep, maybe a heart attack, and sort of close a book on it. You'll hear her hopeful that that outcome is still one that's possible. You'll hear her, and it's a small detail, but pay attention. You'll hear Ms. Redlick say, "What I told the dispatcher was the truth." She'll maintain that the story she provides in that 911 call is the real story. I've already given you the real story. And she also will say something important. Ms. Redlick will say, "I've already told the folks in here what happened." So, what did she tell the folks in the mental health facility? Well, you're going to hear from Frederick Copeland, who was basically assigned to babysit Ms. Redlick. Completely unaffiliated with law enforcement, a third neutral party. And you'll hear from Mr. Copeland that Ms. Redlick gives maybe a slightly different version, but once again maintains that she did not kill her husband. So we have dispatcher, detective, Mr. Copeland. Then you're going to hear from another person who encountered Ms. Redlick while at that mental health facility, DCF Child Protective Investigator Terrellyn Tucker. And Ms. Tucker has to interview Ms. Redlick because the children have no one to be with. They have no local family. Their father is dead and their mother is committed to a mental facility. And so the Department of Children and Families can't just say, hey kids, you figure it out. They have to make sure that whoever these children are going to end up with have been vetted, that the mother has been talked to. Ms. Tucker is not in law enforcement. She has a separate role that relates to the welfare of children. And you will hear the detailed account that Ms. Redlick provides to Ms. Tucker. Once again, I did not kill my husband. I did not kill my husband. You'll also hear jail calls that Ms. Redlick placed while she was in custody. And you'll hear her say that she knew she was lying, that she was lying purposefully. And finally, you're going to hear a recorded statement from Ms. Redlick. Because on the 18th of January, law enforcement, Ms. Redlick has been released. She's at her home, and they've obtained another search warrant to locate some additional items inside the home and to obtain Ms. Redlick's DNA. And you will hear Ms. Redlick incredulous that she's under investigation, unable to understand why the police would think she's responsible for what they encountered in that house on the 12th. And you will hear her plaintively say, I did not kill my husband. So if it wasn't clear from every other statement, she makes it loud and clear that Ms. Redlick is saying over and over again, I'm not responsible for this. This is 6 days later. She has 11 hours to come up with her first story, and she had 6 full more days to continue to maintain this, all along the way, telling people that Mr. Redlick took his own life. Because that's what Ms. Redlick has claimed throughout, with no qualifications. You're going to hear from a number of witnesses. You're going to hear from witnesses that knew Mr. Redlick from work. You're going to hear from witnesses that knew Michael from his involvement in his children's lives, families that knew him from sports that Sawyer was involved in. They'll shed some light about the relationship. They will also shed some light about how Danielle and Michael were acting just hours before she murdered him. And they'll also shed some light on the fact that Mr. Redlick never would have harmed himself. Despite what Ms. Redlick wants everyone to believe, Mr. Redlick would not have harmed himself. What the evidence is going to show throughout this case is that Ms. Redlick armed herself with a knife. She used that knife to cause multiple injuries to Mr. Redlick's body. One of those injuries was that stab to the shoulder, which enters, travels, hits these major veins, and punctures his lung, causing him to bleed to death on the floor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want you to remember that phrase, bleed to death, because it won't be the last time that you hear it in this case. The evidence will show from that point forward, this defendant did everything she could to avoid responsibility. She cleans up the scene, she deletes the text, and she tells everyone that will listen that she is not responsible for this crime. Members of the jury, throughout this case, the evidence will show that despite her many, many, many claims that she had nothing to do with this, in fact, she did. And in fact, she is guilty of second-degree murder with a weapon and tampering with evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Wiggins. Ms. Conlon?
On the night of January 11th, 2019, someone was very, very angry. This someone started to physically attack their spouse. They had rage. They were choking their spouse, smothering their spouse. That someone was Michael Redlick. And Danielle Redlick had no choice but to defend herself because she was afraid she was going to die. And so she did. The state is right. You are going to hear about the night of January 11th, 2019. You are going to hear about anger. You're going to hear about hatred. You're going to hear about rage. You're going to hear about infidelity that made Michael Redlick angry. You're going to hear about a violent attack in the kitchen. And then you're going to hear about Danielle Redlick and how she reacted in confusion, in despair, in trauma. You will hear that, yes, Danielle Redlick did stab Michael Redlick. And you're going to hear how she reacted in that shock, in that confusion, and in that despair. You'll hear that her reaction afterwards, she runs to the master bathroom in fear from Michael Redlick. And this is the room that she had retreated to the night before, where Michael Redlick had followed her and had kicked open that locked bathroom door. And when she came out of that bathroom, when she thought it was safe, she sees a trail of blood that leads all the way from the bathroom to the living room.
And you will hear about her emotions on seeing this and that she reacted in confusion because she had only stabbed him one time in the shoulder and he had followed her to the bathroom. But you're also going to hear about how we got to this point, how Danielle Redlick knew and recognized that the danger that she was facing that night was different than the other incidents of abuse that had happened throughout their marriage. So let's go back to the beginning. In Cleveland, Ohio, Danielle's mom is separated. Her name is Kathleen. And Kathleen is separated, she starts dating, and she meets somebody. Danielle's mom, Kathleen, and this man love each other, and so they move in together. And they're together for 3 years before they get married. And that person becomes Danielle's stepfather. That man was Michael Redlick. Now, 3 months after they get married, Kathleen passes away from breast cancer. And Michael Redlick still has one of Kathleen's daughters, 16-year-old daughter. So he asked Danielle to move into his house and to help take care of her sibling. And she agrees. So she moves in to help take care of her sister. And Michael worked for the Cleveland Browns. And he promises to help give her references, to connect her with job connections. Danielle has a second job at a bar. And Michael starts visiting this bar at night, more and more frequently to visit Danielle. And then soon, Michael starts inviting her to concerts, to events, to things that she's never experienced before. And she's worried about how this relationship will impact her family. But Michael dismisses those concerns because it's not really an equal partnership. Michael views Danielle and treats her in an authoritative way. And during this time in Ohio, there was a time where they were driving in the car and Michael hits her and Danielle hits him back. Now, Michael starts to want to go to a different job, the Memphis Grizzlies. So he interviews for a new position there and he gets the job. He moves and he wants Danielle to come with him, but she doesn't want to go yet because she doesn't want to leave her family. So he buys her plane tickets so that she can come visit him every weekend. And he promises and tells her for a year that with his contacts, she could get a job, a promising job there. And she finally agrees, and so she moves down. And Michael is pretty violent with Danielle on several occasions. You will hear about one particular incident where Michael punched her in the face, bruised her face, and chipped her tooth. It was so bad that Michael had to take her to go see a doctor. So he takes her to his team's doctor, Dr. Frederick Azar. And Dr. Azar sees her injuries, refers her to a dentist and a plastic surgeon. You will hear from Dr. Azar during this trial. And there was another incident that just accidentally happened to be witnessed by someone else. They were living in Memphis. Danielle and Michael were home. Danielle's sister was coming by to pick up her daughter, Melanie's daughter. And when Melanie walked through the doors, she could hear screaming and yelling. And so she walks towards that yelling and screaming. She walks into their master bedroom and sees that Danielle is pinned to the closet by Michael. You will also hear from Melanie during this trial. Now, Michael and Danielle have their first child, Jaden. They have their second child, Sawyer. And throughout these years, Michael is unhappy, and so unhappy with his work. So when his boss leaves for the 49ers, he gets a job with the 49ers and they move there. And after a while over there, he is unhappy with his work. So then he moves to the Indy Motor Speedway, gets a job there. During this time, Michael is drinking heavily. He is being more aggressive. He is unhappy. And Danielle finds out that he's got low testosterone and erectile dysfunction. And Michael's issue with ED becomes a preoccupation. Now they moved to Orlando in 2014. Michael takes a position with UCF. Their marriage is deteriorating. Michael's doctor begins to prescribe higher levels of testosterone. He's being more aggressive with Danielle. There's an incident where he does something to her and she has to go to the emergency room. There's another one where Michael loses control, sees red, accelerates the car, and if Danielle had not jumped out of the way, he would have hit her. So she reports that to the Winter Park Police Department. But when they tell her that they're going to interview Michael, she's afraid that Michael is going to get in trouble. So she walks out of the Winter Park Police Department. Now Danielle discovers that Michael is having an affair. And Danielle knows that the marriage is just falling apart and that's not healthy for her, it's not healthy for the children. So she's the one who files for divorce in March of 2017. But Michael just begs her to come home, to get back together. Michael threatens Danielle financially, threatens to take away the children, keep the house, and send her back to Cleveland. So Danielle relents. And during those divorce proceedings, Michael avoids service of process of those divorce papers. Now, Michael moves back into the house November of 2018. He's sexually aggressive, he's physically aggressive, and everything is focused on sex, and the injections aren't working properly. And by the end of 2018, Danielle joins dating apps. They're only casual text and flirtation. She never meets up with the men. On January 10th, 2019, Michael Redlick discovers those texts with other men. And that is when all hell broke loose. On January 10th, 2019, Danielle left her cell phone on the bedside and she goes to shower. When she comes out of the shower, Michael is sitting in the corner of the bedroom. He's angry, he's upset. He's angry and upset because he's discovered a text from a man named Caesar. And she tries to explain that she joined these dating apps when they were going through their divorce. And he's so angry. He's like, do you have plans with your lover boy? He's very sarcastic. She tries to go get dressed. He follows her. He's angry and fuming. And she's afraid that he's going to hit her, but he doesn't. So she leaves the house and she goes to, just to get out of the house, she goes to DSW, she goes to the Gap. Michael follows her. He confronts her at the Gap and he's fuming and he's yelling at her in front of the store. They walk to the car, to her car. He walks to her car, follows her, and he's still yelling at her. And she just tells him, We'll talk when you're calm. Michael eventually leaves. And Danielle just waits and sits in her car. She has an interview later that afternoon, so she heads home to get prepared for her interview. He seems angrier. So she has her computer set up in the kitchen table, and he slams the computer shut and says, "You're not going to get a job in this town." So Danielle gets her computer, she walks out to her car, rolls up all the windows, and starts her interview. Michael follows her and is pounding on the windows, on the door, yelling at her. So she drives off. Later that night, she heads home. And Michael is there, he's slamming things, he's drinking. And Michael confronts Danielle. More of the same. Are you with your lover? Asking sarcastic questions about lover boy. So she leaves again. He texts her more of the same questions. Where are you? Are you with your lover boy? During this time, Sawyer, who is the son, is inside the house. It's Michael, Sawyer, and Jaden. Michael and Jaden are screaming at each other. Sawyer is scared. Danielle finds out about it. Danielle gets dinner for the family, brings that dinner home. And Michael is still upset. He is still angry. He is grabbing at Danielle. He's getting aggressive. It gets so bad, she runs into the master bathroom, locks it behind her. Michael runs behind her and kicks open the door, damages that bathroom, that locked bathroom door. So Danielle runs to a closet to hide. Now all the kids are in the house, and Jaden lets Danielle know that she has a friend who's going to let her spend the night, so she needs a ride. And Danielle sees how violent Michael is getting and how drunk he's getting, and so she has to get out of there too. Danielle takes Jaden to her friend's house and then goes somewhere else to park her car and just wait it out. Sawyer stayed in his room. And Danielle is getting updates from Sawyer as to when it is safe for her to come back home. Because she knows that Michael is going to pass out, and it's going to pass out pretty soon because he's been drinking a lot. So Sawyer is trying to tiptoe around the house to turn on lights for Danielle. Make sure that, yes, Dad has passed out. He's asleep. And Sawyer goes to open up a garage door so that Danielle can sneak back into her own home. And Danielle waits until the coast is clear before she sneaks back in. Now the next day, Michael wakes up and he wakes up screaming for Danielle. Where are you? He goes upstairs to the loft where she's sleeping. He is upset, madder today, and threatening her. He leaves for work. And fast forward to that afternoon when Danielle picks Jaden up from school. When Michael gets home, he demands of Danielle, you better have a good excuse as to where you've been. Michael is still angry, and he leaves to go buy a new bottle of vodka. Danielle goes to take a shower, and Michael harasses her there. And that night, Michael has to go coach Sawyer's baseball game, and Danielle drives separately to go to that game. And the kids, Sawyer and Jaden, both had plans that were made a lot earlier about not sleeping at the house. So they have sleepovers that were pre-planned. So after the game, Michael gets home, Danielle leaves the house, and around 10 p.m. she goes to McDonald's. After McDonald's, she heads home. And Michael is there. He is pounding down the vodka. He grabs her food, and then he goes at her. He is in a rage, and this rage is the angriest that she has ever seen him. It's worse than any of those other incidents. It's different. He pushes her down. She goes to her knees. He pulls her up by the hair. He shoves her to the kitchen island. He chokes. He smothers her. She reaches into a drawer. She grabs a knife. She stabs him one time. He is stunned. He releases her, and she runs to the bathroom. Michael follows her to the bathroom, and he is still yelling at her. And eventually, he's not yelling anymore. And time ticks by. She waits till it's safe for her to come out. And when she opens the door of her hiding place, her whole world changed. She's not expecting to see what she saw. Why? Because she only stabbed him one time in the shoulder. He didn't fall in front of her. He, in fact, followed her to the bathroom, and he was still yelling. She wasn't trying to kill him. She was trying to protect herself on someone who was bent on attacking her. So she panics. She's scared, she's traumatized, she's confused, she's in shock. You will learn that it was one stab wound. That is the crime. When Danielle walked out of the bathroom, her safe haven, the same place that she had retreated to the night before, when Michael kicked open that locked bathroom, yes, Danielle was confused and she was panicked. And she reacted in that confusion and panic. The question that you will need to answer at the end of this trial is, at the time that Danielle Redlick stabbed Michael Redlick, was that done in self-defense? That night, Michael Redlick felt betrayed. He was angry, and he attacked Danielle. At the end of this trial, we will ask you for a verdict that is consistent with the evidence, consistent with the law, and that is a verdict of not guilty.
Thank you, Ms. Conlon. State your first witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
They call Officer Stanford. John Stanford.
John Stanford.
To give Shelley the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Okay, sir, would you please state your full name for the record, spell your first and last name?
John Stanford, Jonstanford.
Mr. Wiggins?
Good morning, Officer Stanford.
Morning, sir.
Where are you employed?
Yes, sir.
Where are you employed?
Winter Park Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Winter Park Police Department?
Exactly 20 years.
What's your current position with the Winter Park Police Department?
I'm a resource officer at Winter Park High School.
What position did you hold back in January of 2019?
A patrol officer.
Could you speak to generally what the duties of a patrol officer is?
We answer cars.
Did you receive a call for service that would lead you to responding to 1231 Temple Drive?
Yes, I did.
And is that in Orange County, Florida?
City of Winter Park, Orange County, Florida. Yes, sir.
Would you please explain to the jury sort of how it is that you become aware of this call and what it is that you understand about the nature of the call as you're responding?
I heard the radio dispatcher dispatch one of the officer to the house in reference to a death investigation or a death. I decided to respond as a backup.
Were there any other details related to the death investigation that was contained in that initial call for service?
On the radio, the dispatch was dictating of what they received from the caller and say that the person, the husband, died because of a heart attack. And then I heard a few moments later, dispatch say that the husband went crazy and stabbed himself. So
that's what you knew as you were driving up?
As I was on my way there, yes.
Approximately what time do you arrive on scene?
Approximately 9:40.
Describe for the jury what it is you see now that you've arrived on scene.
As I arrived, I parked my car, walked up, I knew my sergeant was there already, just maybe a minute before I did.
Who's that sergeant?
Sergeant Lena Struby.
Okay, so she's there first. Tell the jury what happens next.
She was standing on the side of the door. I walked up to the door. I saw a shadow behind the glass door of somebody walking back and forth. It appeared to be probably holding a phone to the ear. There was a bike in the way right by the front door.
Let me stop you there 1 second. Your Honor, permission to publish what's in evidence as Defense Exhibit 1.
Any objection? This is Defense Exhibit number 1
Yes,
from earlier? Yes.
Can we approach very briefly?
Sure.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
Yes, sir.
Officer Stanford, I'm showing you what's marked as Defense Exhibit A or 1. Do you recognize the photograph I'm showing you?
Yes, sir.
And does it fairly and accurately depict the area that you were just describing, the area that you were standing in this moment in time?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move into evidence what's been marked as Defense A for identification as a joint exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Defense A will be admitted as a joint exhibit.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
Stanford, where are you standing?
Now, using this photograph to assist in the description of your testimony.
To the right of the front door, nearest to the bike, right by the wall there.
All right, so not sort of right up at the door at this point.
Correct.
And you've seen this person walking back and forth, but they haven't come.
As I approach and I place myself there, yes.
Okay. Well, are you or your sergeant making any announcements?
My sergeant is, yes.
Okay. What happens next?
She announced, Winter Park Police, can you step outside? Eventually, she stepped outside. Then my sergeant escorted her toward walking out and toward the left of the picture. That's the garage there.
Can you describe, well, first of all, did you later come to learn that that individual is Danielle Redlick?
Yes,
And do you see Miss Redlick in the courtroom here today?
yes.
Will you please point her out and identify her by an article of clothing?
Lady in white and white jacket and green shirt.
Can you describe the demeanor and the appearance of Miss Redlick when you first have an opportunity to lay eyes on her?
Initially, she was upset, appeared to be upset while talking on the phone. She's still on the phone with a dispatcher, I believe, at the time.
Okay. You said that your sergeant is sort of taking her over. Where is your sergeant taking her at this point?
Right in front of the garage, which is to the left side of the picture, is the garage.
All right. What can you see now that the door has been opened and you're still standing in this position?
At that moment, I saw a foot of a person on the ground, was laying on the ground. I'm still trying to place myself. I don't know who is in the house of officer safety, so I'm still scanning. But initially, I see a foot, I think.
Are other officers arriving on scene at this point?
None I know of yet.
Eventually, do some other officers arrive?
Correct.
And do those some other officers include Officer Cherie Slaughter?
Yes.
Does Officer Slaughter, along with other officers from the Winter Park Police Department, sort of take over attending to and standing with Miss Redlick?
Yes.
Once that occurs, do you have an opportunity to enter the home?
Once that occurred, yes.
What's the purpose of you entering the home at this point?
We want to clear the house of if there's any other danger to us or anyone else or to Ms. Redlick.
Do you have experience clearing homes that are, in fact, crime scenes?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to the jury what care you're taking as you perform this duty to ensure that you're not disturbing or modifying the crime scene in any way?
Once we enter the home, my sergeant and I decided to split up to she going toward the right side of the house with the bedroom, and I'm taking the living room and the kitchen, and there's appear to be a stair to go up to the loft. But first we're gonna check on the person who was on the ground.
So before we talk about what you see, can you speak to what you're doing, what efforts you're making in order to not disturb what you're encountering?
There was blood on the ground. So I knew not to, first of all, I don't want to head on my boots, and I tiptoe around a spot where I'm not going to step on it.
Was it hard not to encounter blood in this house?
It was hard.
Okay.
It was hard.
Tell the jury what it is you see now that you've walked through that front door. You can see clearly now.
I can see blood on the ground, and it was imagining, I can relate to it. It's like when I clean the floor and the smear, say if I use a rag to clean something that spill on the floor, now I see smear lines of blood on the ground. That looks like somebody been cleaning. So I'm trying not to step on that and tiptoe around that.
You mentioned a foot. Do you see a person?
On the ground, yes.
And where are they located?
In the living room.
Do you make any efforts to try to assess whether there could be life-saving efforts performed on this individual?
That's our first concern, yes.
Explain to the jury how you went about that in such a way to prevent disturbing any evidence.
Knowing my sergeant background, she's the sergeant for the detective bureau. I know we talk while we walk around. I try to tiptoe around to get to the body or to the person and see if there's, touch him to make sure we have any pulse, if he's still alive or not. And
How did you approach him? Did you approach him from the feet side or the head side to accomplish this?
I went around to his right side, which is, there's a couch. I remember correctly, there's a couch, his body laying down there, and I'm trying to come around and lean over the couch and touch him, the arm of the couch, and lean over and touch him without touching anything in the house or blood or anything else, his body.
And were there any indications that life-saving measures would have been fruitful?
With my gloves on, I did not feel anything because he was cold at touch.
Okay. Can you talk to the jury about clearing the remainder of the house and some of the notable things you observed?
After that, my sergeant went to the right side of the house to clear the bedroom, appeared to be the bedroom. I went around, retreat back to the front door, and then went to the left side. As you take a look at the picture there, the front door, the left side of the house is the kitchen, and then there's stairs that go up to the loft. I clear the kitchen. As soon as I walk in, I can see there's a knife on the ground. And I clear the kitchen, and I called out to my sergeant, like, there's a knife on the ground here with blood on it. And then I went up to the loft and cleared that. And there's no one in the house.
Did you touch or otherwise manipulate that knife?
Nope.
Did you touch or otherwise manipulate any of the objects that you encountered throughout the house?
No.
What did you do after clearing the loft?
After that, we got together, and then my sergeant said, let's make sure the door is locked. And I believe there's a small dog in the house. And I took the dog and, put the dog in the backyard. And because there's fencing around the house, so the dog is safe back there. And then we left.
From that point forward, was the house secured by the Winter Park Police Department?
Yes, I was assigned to go to back, around the house to the back of the house and check on the door, make sure when I have to unlock the door from the inside to put the dog out, and I relock it. Then I went outside to watch the backyard, and there's no sign of, I'm jumping ahead here, but there's no sign of injury of any kind or damage to the back door.
Does that cover the extent of your involvement in this case?
Yes.
All right, at this time, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Any cross-examination, Mr. Parnell?
Yes, Judge. May I inquire?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, officer.
Good morning, sir.
When you were in the home, when you first encountered Miss Redlick, you would say she was emotional, in a state of distress?
Initially, yes.
Okay. And she was cooperative with you?
I did not make any contact with her, but she appeared to cooperate with
With the other officers? Yes. Okay. The knife that you described, was that hidden somewhere? Was that underneath anything, behind a door?
No, it's on the ground between the kitchen, in the walkway area, between the kitchen and the stair area.
Just out in the open floor?
Correct.
That knife had blood on it?
Yes, I remember correctly, yes.
You see any towels?
There's a pile of towels nearby.
Were they hidden anywhere? In the washing machine, behind any doors?
No,
They had blood on them?
it appeared to be, yes.
The blood trail that you saw, let me ask this. Was the blood everywhere, as if you just poured it on the ground and it's going everywhere? Or was there a trail that you could identify, like a path?
I didn't really go toward the bedroom area, but from the foyer to the kitchen and the living room, I remember correctly, there's everywhere that they're everywhere, but there are spots I'm able to tiptoe around.
Okay, so there's open spots and then there's spots that have the blood.
Right.
The dog that you encountered was inside when you came in?
Correct.
So you had to take him outside. He wasn't outside initially?
No, I have to take him outside, yes.
I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Wiggins, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Officer Stanford, can you explain to this jury why you said that Danielle Redlick seemed upset at first?
At first, she's on the phone. She's walked out, and I can see that she was upset. I don't know, she was upset. And then later on, after we searched the house, and standing there watching her, she didn't appear to be in distress or upset anymore. So initially, behind the door and open the door, she seemed to be in distress, and that's it.
How would you describe her demeanor when you had a chance to observe her just a little bit later?
A little bit later, in my own word, is nonchalant.
No further questions of this witness.
Thank you very much. You may step down. State your next witness, please.
Officer Cherie Slaughter.
Officer Slaughter?
Right down the stairs for the code of ethics.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Slaughter, would you please state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name?
First name is Cherie, last name is Slaughter. First name is spelled S-H-E-R-E-E. Last name is S-L-A-U-G-H-T-E-R.
Thank you. Mr. Wiggins.
Good morning, Mrs. Slaughter.
Good morning.
I should say Officer Slaughter. Where are you employed?
Winter Park Police Department.
And what do you do for the Winter Park Police Department?
I currently work uniform patrol.
Did you occupy that position back in January of 2019?
Yes.
In that position, did you have a reason to respond to 1231 Temple Drive?
Yes.
Why was it that you responded to that address?
We got a call regarding a deceased male.
And did you have any additional information or additional context about the nature of the call that you were responding to?
The reporting person stated that the male had possibly had a heart attack and then possibly stabbed himself.
Okay. Who'd you go with? Anyone?
I was in field training at that time, so it was my FTO, Sergeant Holly.
Describe for the jury what's going on scene upon your arrival.
When I arrived, I made contact with Officer Stanford, Sergeant Struby. They told me I didn't need to go inside, so I stayed outside, started processing the scene.
Before you get to the processing that you conducted, did you receive some information from those two about what they had encountered and what they knew at this point?
They did tell me that the scene was secure and there was a unidentified male on the floor in a pool of blood with possible stab wounds.
Did you see a female standing out front?
Yes, she was standing in between kind of like the garage and front door area.
Approximately what time is this that we're talking about?
Refer to my notes.
Would referring to your report help refresh your recollection?
Yes, for the exact time. I'm not sure of the exact time.
With permission from the court, may she refer to her report?
You may.
Thank you, ma'am. It's about 9:36. That's when I made contact with Struby and Stanford, Sergeant Struby and Officer Stanford.
Did your supervisor
And looks like green top underneath.
Okay. I am showing defense counsel what has been marked as states in for identification purposes. Permission to approach.
Yes.
Officer Slaughter, I'm showing you what's marked as states in. Prior to your testimony here today, did we have an opportunity to review the contents of states in?
Yes.
And does it contain the photographs that you took during your response to the scene?
Yes.
And are those copies of those photographs fair and accurate depictions?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move into evidence what has been marked as states in for identification purposes.
Any objection?
No objection.
States in is admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 2.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm just having some technical difficulties. If I could have a moment, Your Honor.
I had those earlier this morning myself.
What's in evidence is states 2. Officer Slaughter, can you tell the jury what we're looking at here in page 1, or photograph 138?
That is the front entrance to the house.
And photograph 139?
somewhat wet.
Okay. And another photograph of Ms. Redlick and those wounds displayed in 155?
Yes.
Okay. In the back of her hands in 157?
Yes.
And her feet in 159?
Yes.
We're getting a close-up of those feet in 160?
Yes.
And a close-up of her neck in 161?
Yes.
What are we seeing here in photograph 163?
The back of her arm.
Is this the only injury that you observed, while other than the injuries to her wrists, on Ms. Redlick?
Yes.
Had you seen other injuries or had she identified other injuries, would you have documented them?
Yes.
And what are we seeing here, photograph 165?
One of the vehicles that was in the driveway.
Is there something in the driveway and related to this vehicle that sort of caught your attention as you're taking this initial set of photos?
Eggshells.
And is that what we see here in photograph 171, these eggshells you're encountering?
Yes.
And some more in 172?
Yes.
And some more in 173?
Yes.
And 176, did you believe this might have some connection to the eggshells that you saw strewn about?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. Was this the extent of your involvement in this case?
It is.
And I have no further on this witness.
Thank you very much. Mr. Parnell or Ms. Conlon?
No questions for this.
Thank you very much. Officer Slaughter, you may step down. State your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Carla Sunball.
Your Honor, can we approach?
right. Let's bring in the jury. Can you get the witness and ask her to come in?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Sunball. Can you please state your full name, spell your first and last name?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Carla Sunval. That is C-A-R-L-A. Last name is Sunval, S-U-N-D-V-A-L-L.
Mr. Wiggins?
Good morning, Ms. Sunball. Where are you employed?
I am employed with the Winter Park Police Department.
What is your current position with the
Currently, I am the body camera system administrator.
Back in January of 2019, did you hold a different position?
Yes, I did.
What position was that?
I was a property and evidence crime scene technician.
Would you talk to the jury a little bit about your background, training, and experience that led to you holding that position?
Yes. So I received my Bachelor of Science degree in criminal justice from the University of Central Florida in 2010. I started my professional career with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, where I did evidence intake. From there, I became a forensic autopsy technician with the District 5 Medical Examiner's Office in Lake County. Shortly after that, I moved over to the District 9 Medical Examiner's Office in Orange County, again hired as a autopsy technician. However, in May of 2015, I was afforded the opportunity to transfer to our investigations unit, where I became a medical legal death investigator, where I remained until I was hired with Winter Park as a property and evidence crime scene technician in January of 2018.
Do the duties of a medical legal investigator at the ME's office include responding to scenes, documenting scenes, and collecting items of evidence?
Absolutely, yes.
Would you speak to the training that you received specifically in order to perform the job duties of a CST at the Winter Park Police Department?
Yes, so specifically with the Winter Park Police Department, upon my hiring, I received a 13-week training program that made me eligible to continue on with the crime scene job capacities.
Were you the lead CSI in the state of Florida versus Danielle Redlick?
I was the lead on this case, yes.
How was it that you ended up being assigned as the lead in this particular case?
So I was on call that week. We alternate on-call weeks, and that happened to be my week on call. And I received a call from my Lieutenant Volkerson at the time, who informed me that my response was going to be needed to this location in regards to a deceased person.
You mentioned this location. What location?
1231 Temple Drive.
And is that where you responded to initially?
Yes, it was.
Approximately what time did you arrive?
I believe I got there around 10:45.
Did you have any assistance in the documentation and processing of this scene?
Yes, my partner, CST Bigley, was also notified that he would be responding to that location as well.
Did you learn anything about the nature of the scene that you were responding out to, either on the way there or immediately upon arrival?
Yes, so shortly after, my lieutenant called me just to let me know where to respond. I received a call from the watch commander, Sergeant Struby, who informed me of the events that occurred up until that point. She explained that they had received a 911 call from a female resident of the house stating that there was a male with a stab wound. She said upon their arrival, the person, the woman of the house had cut marks, self-inflicted cut marks to her wrist, and she was asking if I needed the female to stay on scene in order for me to photograph them. I explained that medical intervention was first and foremost, and so that she could be released, and that if we had the accompanying officer able to take photos, or we could have someone else respond to the scene to take further photos.
Would someone end up traveling with Ms. Redlick and then also someone arriving at the hospital to take photographs of Ms. Redlick?
That is correct, yes.
What is the first thing that you do upon actual arrival there at the scene?
So upon actual arrival, again, I'm kind of informed by our command staff that we are now waiting on a search warrant, and I'm just kind of there to sit tight until we can lawfully go in and start taking photos.
Do you begin documenting the exterior of the scene?
Yes, I do that.
Is a search warrant eventually obtained?
Yes, it is.
And is it once the search warrant is obtained that you're actually able to go in and begin your job duties?
Yes, that's correct.
Would you explain kind of generally how it is that a scene is documented and processed, sort of the kind of big headline steps of each part of the process?
So at this point, no one has gone back into the residence since everyone was cleared out. So I get into my personal protective equipment, PPE, and I will go through. I went by myself, and I will take what are called overall photos. And that's just kind of to get an understanding of where everything is placed currently, as it is, as it was left. And, you know, I'm very careful to watch where I'm stepping because this is now the first time I'm seeing it. So being very cognizant of potential evidence, things like that. So I do an overall, just a general layout of through photographs. After that, we did have someone go in and do a video recording just to have a motion documentation of the house. Then I went in and kind of after having made mental notes of some of the things that I had seen, I will take a little bit more, I'll go in and make sure that I'm photographing things where you could see the progression of how I got to that. So I'm a little more detailed. And from there, once I'm photographing everything, we kind of, again, just come out, make sure we've seen what we need to, and if there's anything of interest that we might need to look into.
Is it at this point that you start putting down what are referred to as markers next to certain items of interest or areas of interest?
At that point, no, we do not.
When does that begin?
That happens after the medical examiner arrives, because we want them to be able to see the scene as I did. And if I'm putting down my evidence markers, I'm technically altering the scene for them, and their photos aren't going to look the way mine did. So,
can you explain to the jury the protocol as it relates to the body that's on scene at a homicide vis-a-vis the medical examiner?
Absolutely. So as I have been in that role, I'm very familiar with the procedures that are taken. The decedent is the jurisdiction of the medical examiner's office. That is their scene. So with that, we do not manipulate the decedent in any way. And forgive me, I just don't like to use the word body, so I say decedent, but we do not manipulate the person in any way. I can take overall photos of the person and make notes of what they might be wearing, things like that. but we wait until the medical examiner investigator arrives on scene so that they can photograph, do everything that they need to do, and we work in conjunction with them, but I am asking them permission to do things with the decedent on scene.
Is it at this point that you have an opportunity to begin putting markers down next to areas of interest or items of evidence?
After, in this case, after the medical examiner's office removed the decedent from the scene, that is when we went ahead and started putting down markers.
At sort of this stage of your documentation and processing, are you moving items, or are they still remaining in the exact place where you found them?
They are remaining in the exact place that I found them, as I'm going to document them photographically to show that this evidence marker is for this item. I'm not going to manipulate anything at this point until I make sure that I am showing the scene as it was at that step, and making sure that it's kind of frozen in time now through my photos.
Once that is completed, do you begin actually engaging in the processing, collection, and moving of things to see if there are other things to be found or processed?
Yes, in a very organized fashion, we will go through each number, and we document on our evidence marker log that we have. And so we will make notes of what we were collecting. And then after that, yes, because it's a large scene, so there was stuff that we saw when we were over with another marker, and you say, oh, well, that might come into play. So absolutely.
And did you have assistance in this effort from CSI Edward Bigley?
Yes, I did.
As well as the videos you mentioned?
Yes.
All through each step of the process that we've just outlined, you've mentioned taking photographs?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing defense counsel what is marked as states Q for identification purposes. Permission to approach with states Q.
Yes.
Ms. Sunvall, prior to your testimony here today, did we have an opportunity to review states Q?
Yes.
And does it contain the photographs of sort of each step of your documentation of processing of the scene?
Yes, it does.
And does it fairly and accurately depict those photographs?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move into evidence what has been marked as states Q for identification purposes.
Any objection?
No objection.
States Q will be admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 3.
Permission to publish?
Yes, sir.
Well, actually, before I publish, in connection with the processing of the scene, documentation of the scene, was a diagram produced of the home there at 1231 Temple Drive.
Yes.
I'm showing defense counsel was marked as states M for identification purposes. And if defense counsel wants to see AN, approach with states M and states AN, Your Honor.
And you're saying AN is Alpha November?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You have permission.
Ms. Sunvall, I'm showing you what's marked as states M for identification purposes. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of a diagram of the scene?
Yes, it is.
As it states, this is not precisely the scale, but it is an approximation that is fair and accurate representation.
Yes.
I'm showing you what's marked as states AN for identification purposes. Is this a larger format print of what we just discussed in states M?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move into evidence what has been marked as M for identification purposes and AN for identification purposes.
Any objection?
No objection to either.
States M and states AN will be admitted as the next numbered exhibits.
M will be State Exhibit number 4. AN will be State Exhibit number 5.
Permission to publish states 5
Yes.
Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Rhoda, can you inquire to ensure that the jury can see it?
Can all of you see the diagram?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. You may continue.
Permission to approach the witness with a laser pointer, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Sunball, I'm providing you with a laser pointer. Feel free to use it as we are going through your direct examination to assist in understanding where we're at in the scene as we're looking at the photographs.
Okay. There we go.
Publishing what's in evidence as states 3. Your Honor, if we could dim the lights.
Is that Mr. Wiggins, or do you need the well lights off too?
I think that's good enough. And if you could invite the jury to tell you otherwise, if it's otherwise at any point.
Well, let me see what you play first.
Okay, starting with photograph ending 3011. Eventually. There we go. What do we see here?
This is going to be the front of the residence.
The set of photos that follows, does it represent you documenting the exterior of the residence before the search warrant has been executed and you have an opportunity to enter?
That is correct.
Documenting the vehicles that are parked out front?
Yes.
Now, did you notice these eggshells, or did someone have to point them out to you?
I noticed them.
And you proceeded to document the presence of these eggshells?
Yes, I did.
And that's what we see here in photograph 3033.
That is correct.
And 3035, did something about this vehicle sort of catch your attention as unusual?
Yes, it did.
And is that why you're documenting at this stage?
That is.
Are we now sort of entering the home at this stage?
That is point, yes.
But before we do that, you also document the backyard.
Yes.
So we'll look to these backyard photos. Was there anything pertinent to the investigation in the backyard?
No, there was not.
Do you know that until you check?
No, we have to check.
Okay. And so throughout this process of documenting this scene or any scene, do you sometimes photograph things or engage in processing that ultimately proves not to be fruitful?
Yes.
Photograph 3056, documenting the state of the backyard as you encountered it.
Yes.
3057, are we looking at sort of the other side of the house?
Yes.
Did you notice any signs of forced entry or damage or anything to the exterior of the house?
Nothing at all.
Okay. Now 3061, are we now entering the actual residence?
Yes.
What are you documenting here at 3064?
I am documenting what I see that are suspected blood droplets.
Moving sort of now into the home in 3067. And we would be, again, feel free to use your pointer in this area.
Yes, so what I'm doing is I walk in and I have been trained to do a sweeping motion from left to right, which is how I photograph.
Okay. And we see an example of that here in 3070, you standing in the sort of formal dining room and
Down here in this corner, yes.
and sweeping right, sort of right to left.
Yes, from the left.
Left,
yes.
left, yeah, okay, whatever it is.
Yeah.
3074, photographing within that formal dining room.
Again, at this point, I'm in this corner then.
At this point, have you smelled anything that sort of is catching your attention?
So immediately when I walked in, there was a very clean smell. Not like a house that just smells nice. It was a chemical, like Fabuloso, or it had like a lavender smell, something. It was just a cleaner kind of smell. But yes, I did. It was very apparent.
Photograph 3076, the closet that is in that area that we were just looking at, and nothing pertinent in that area?
Exactly, yes.
Okay, now what are we looking at?
So this is going to be this living area right here. So I'm about this area right here, and I am photographing as is and just showing the overall status of the room. This is that half bath right here, so I've turned around and I'm now photographing that.
And that's photograph 3080. Okay. Now are you kind of turned around and looking the other way?
Yes, that is correct.
Are you observing the floor to be covered in what appears to you to be consistent with the appearance of blood?
Yes.
Are you trained when you are moving through and documenting a scene like this to try to minimize any impact or disruption to the scene?
Absolutely, very much so.
What are you having to do in this particular scene in order to adhere to that goal?
So, like I mentioned before, I am wearing my personal protective equipment. We have booties that we wear, Tyvek suits, and hairnets. Additionally, I am, because of the coverage, I am, having to be somewhat strategic on where I'm standing. So, I'm looking out for any points of impact as to not disturb them.
So where it's possible, not standing in obvious areas of blood.
Exactly, yes.
Tough to do in this house.
Very much so.
Okay. Where are we standing and what are we looking at?
So this is going to be this area right here. The decedent is right here. So I was standing about here looking towards this. There's this little wall right here.
Okay, and are we going to sort of move towards that area? And photograph 3084 moving closer?
Yes.
And 3085 sort of scanning as you've described?
Absolutely.
What do we see here that caught your attention in photograph 3086?
Two things specifically were the apparent blood smear up on the wall and the kitchen knife that also had red-brown stains on it.
Where does the door, it's almost sort of like the threshold of that door that knife's located, where does that lead to?
That's right here, and it leads into the kitchen.
That red dot, is that a signifier of the knife?
Yes.
Okay. 3088 and the photographs that we're going to review following this particular photograph, you document the contents of 2 rooms that appear to be children's rooms.
That is correct.
Anything pertinent within those rooms that you saw?
No.
When I'm using the word pertinent, you understand that to mean items of evidence or apparent blood?
Yes, that is correct.
And didn't see anything of that sort in these?
I did not.
Okay. So 3089 all the way through, documenting, but not seeing anything of interest.
That is correct.
Okay, where are we at and what are we looking at in particular?
So this is going to be the doorway here facing out to the staircase. So it is Jaden's room, and I am looking out at the corner right here of the staircase.
And do we begin to zoom in on this particular area of interest?
Yes.
3112. What do we see down here?
So that appeared to me to be a pile of towels with reddish pinkish stains on them. And they were damp.
Within this stage of the documentation and processing, you would not be touching, moving, doing anything with those items?
Not at this point, no.
You would, though, later after everything has been documented all the way through in the manner you described?
Absolutely.
I'm going to zoom in here. Did you observe what I see here, and I'm indicating with my cursor during this stage of your documentation?
Yes, I noticed that.
Were you taking steps, no pun intended, in order to not disturb something like that as you're walking through this area?
Very much so.
Opening this door, seeing if there's anything inside?
That is correct.
Nothing pertinent in this closet?
There was not.
We've now moved sort of further down that hallway?
Yes.
And we're going to look at the contents of this particular room, which turns out to be sort of a storage area documented on photograph 3118. Nothing pertinent in there?
Nothing.
And then documentation of the laundry room in 3112 or 3122?
Yes.
What are we looking at in this photograph 3126, and was there anything pertinent in the garage?
So at this point, this is this doorway right here to the garage. And at this time, I did not see anything that was pertinent.
There's an implication to that response, that there was a later time where some pertinent items of evidence were recovered.
That is correct.
Did you participate in a subsequent search warrant that was executed on January 18th, 2019?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and that's when some additional items were found?
That's correct.
Now, where are we at and what are we looking at?
So this would be, my back is now to the garage and I'm facing out this way towards the kitchen area with the staircase on my right.
Okay. And are we moving towards the kitchen?
Yes.
And is my cursor indicating where that knife that we saw previously is located?
Yes, that is correct.
now are you going to make your way up this set of stairs to see if there's anything pertinent in the loft?
Yes,
Was there?
there was not.
Okay. Now 3140, back facing towards the kitchen
Yes,
and moving into the kitchen.
yes, that is correct.
Where are we at and what do we see?
So from here, I am standing right here with my back to the family room, and I am looking in at the overall status of the kitchen area.
Okay. And are you at this time and at this stage observing what appeared to you to be these shapes consistent with a footprint having the appearance of blood?
That is correct.
Continue your documentation of the kitchen at 3147.
Yes.
We're looking back the other direction in photograph 3149.
Yes.
And what do we see here that caused you to take some photographs?
So in this photograph, you can see that there were some knives in the sink. There is what appears to be red-brown stains on the knife there, as well as some on the counterpart of the sink.
Okay. Now I think it's clear where we're standing, but what room are we looking at?
So now we are looking into this family room right here.
And the photos that follow, you document the contents of the family room.
Yes, I did.
Anything pertinent in the family room?
Not that I found, no.
Okay, so you're standing in the family room, and where does this door with the archway lead that my cursor is indicating on?
So I am standing here with my back to the wall, and I am looking out into this little archway that goes into the living room.
Okay, back up a photograph. We have photograph 3170, and then we see that archway. The next photograph that we look at, have you moved sort of into that archway?
That is correct.
And what do you see?
Immediately, I notice the couch is directly in front of me, and it appeared to be in an odd position. It was kind of a tight fit for where I was at, but that was the first thing that I noticed there.
Because where it's at, you couldn't walk through that space in any sort of natural way.
I could not.
Photograph 3174, we're on the sort of other side of Mr. Redlick at this point.
That is correct.
And kind of turning towards him in 3175.
Yes.
And what did you see here that caused you to take a photograph?
It appeared to be more footprints that had a red-brown stain to them.
Where are you standing and what are we looking at in photograph 3177?
So from here, I am standing in this corner, and I am looking down here.
Staying in that corner and kind of sweeping to document the space?
Yes.
And looking back the other way?
That is correct.
Is this an example of sort of the very seemingly awkward location of this particular couch at this particular time?
That is correct.
Okay. Are we beginning now to move towards this area of the home?
Yes, that is correct.
the office?
Yes, that is the office.
Would an item of evidence ultimately be collected from the office?
Yes,
And we'll see that with a marker a little bit later in the photos.
yes.
Okay. And now, where are you standing and what are you looking at?
I am in the office doorway right here, looking out towards the doorway to the master bedroom.
(3199) moving into the master bedroom.
Yes,
3201 continuing that trek.
yes.
And what are you observing as you move towards the master bedroom or move into the master bedroom?
The sweeping red-brown stains that are going to what we will see as the bathroom area.
And where are you at and what are we looking at?
So from here, I was then in this corner, would be that corner. And I was again looking at the doorway just to see some of the contents of the room.
Okay. And we can sort of see that what appeared to be a trail of blood and what looks like a bathtub in the distance.
Yes,
And you'll go on to document that?
yes, I will.
Okay. Another angle of that sort of sweeping trail of apparent blood in photograph 3206.
Yes,
3209 moving closer to the bathroom.
yes.
And where is this closet at in the hallway?
So that was the men's closet, or appeared to be a men's closet, here on the, that side.
And this closet would be on the opposite side as depicted in photograph 3213.
That is correct.
Anything pertinent within the what appeared to be the female's closet?
At that time, no.
Would we later come back on the 18th and find something within the closet that was a relevant item of evidence?
That is correct.
Now moving into that bathroom 3217
Yes,
and documenting the condition of the bathroom.
yes.
Explain to the jury what it is you're attempting to document, what you see and what it causes you to try to document in this set of photos, 321, 3231, and then 3232.
So, again, as I explained, where I observe some things and keep mental notes of it, knowing that there were towels and they appeared to be somewhat wet, shower area is wet. So I was looking to see if the shower had water on the floor as if it had been somewhat recently used. So that was what I was attempting to document to show that there was water on the tile floor in the shower.
Documenting the contents of the closet depicted in 3241.
Yes.
Anything pertinent inside that closet?
It appeared to have towels that were also out by the staircase.
Okay. In the back of the bathroom door. All right. 3245. Obviously, we're back near the decedent.
Yes.
And you're going to document in the photos that follow some of the areas immediately surrounding him.
That is correct.
And that's what we see here, photograph 3246
Yes.
and 3248
Yes.
and 3250
Yes.
and 3253.
Yes.
We are still at the stage of the investigation where you are not permitted in any way, shape, or form to move the body, modify the body, correct?
That is correct.
3257.
That is correct.
Okay. what are you documenting here, 3259, and then 3260?
The bottoms of his feet, and that he was wearing socks, and there appeared to be suspected blood on the bottoms of them.
3261?
Yes.
What do we see? Why are you taking this close-up photo?
I am taking a general photo because I did notice some defects on his face by a guy.
And 3263, are you documenting what appeared to you to be some sort of injury to the shoulder?
That is correct.
3270, explain to the jury what's happened at this point.
So at this point, now that the decedent is able to be manipulated, you can see there is a white Tyvek suit in the back. That is the medical examiner's team, and they are now rolling him so we can see if there is any injury, any markings, anything like that on his back. So these are the back photos, which again, I would not have taken by myself. So the ME was there to document that as well.
Okay, and 3271, what are these items and where did they come from?
These are contents from the decedent's pockets that were taken out by the medical examiner's investigator.
Okay, and 3278, is this the area that was sort of left behind after Mr. Redlick was collected by the ME?
That is correct.
3279, where are we at and what's causing you to take these photos?
So this is back at the front door with them shut. I had walked in and immediately started taking my overall photos and did not get close enough to see that there was some blood underneath the handles until we were escorting the medical examiner's office out when I noticed the drip marks down underneath the handle.
And we're going to see some photographs that zoom in on those drip marks.
Yes.
And that's what we see here, photograph 3281.
Yes, that is correct.
3282.
Yes.
Okay. And have you turned around and photographed 3287 and are now documenting what the scene looks like from this angle with Mr. Redlick no longer there?
That is correct.
3288 and then into 3290. Have you now noticed something that you didn't have an opportunity to document before?
Yes.
What is it?
They appear to be red-brown stains, suspected blood.
Can you explain to the jury why it is, you keep saying suspected blood rather than actual blood, considering everything that we're looking at?
There are times where something might look like that it's blood and it turns out to not be. So you always want to say suspected blood because I don't have a test kit there to determine. In this case, there was also such a large amount and with the, what I was showing in that picture was it was very watered down where it appeared to have been cleaned up. So some of it might have been chemical. So that's why I like to say suspected blood or apparent.
So for example, photograph 3278, where Mr. Redlick, once laid with that wound to his shoulder and his eye, you would still refer to everything we see here as suspected blood because you haven't done some tests to actually truly confirm that it's blood.
That is true.
But it's a pretty strong suspicion.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now have we arrived at the point where you've put markers down and you're now documenting the scene with these markers in place?
That is correct.
And is it this point where certain processing will begin to take place once these photographs are complete?
That is correct.
Okay. And we see here you going back and rephotographing these areas of interest next to these markers.
That is correct.
Does this aid in sort of report writing and record keeping going forward, having markers associated with areas and items?
Very much so, yes.
Okay. Photograph 3306, some close-up documentation of that wall that was next to Mr. Redlick's hand that we hadn't seen much of previously.
That is correct.
And 3308, that same area.
Yes.
Okay. Now moving back towards the master bedroom,
Yes.
and we now have markers there.
Yes, that is correct.
Tell the jury sort of what you noticed on this carpet and what it caused you to do. And we'll look at photograph 3331.
So upon further inspection, I did notice a footprint, what appeared to be a footprint on the carpet. It also appeared to be a larger one than what was around the house. So
Later in this set of photos, will we see other examples of what appear to be footprints where you've placed the same size scale down?
yes, that is correct.
And would that allow you to sort of compare the relative size between that apparent footprint against other apparent footprints?
Yes.
Additional documentation of this sort of trail of blood with a marker down?
Yes.
Photograph 3341, are you noticing more apparent footprints in this area?
Yes.
And is this an example of you using one of these, the same size scale to document what appeared to you to be a footprint?
That is correct.
And this footprint would be smaller than what we observed as the other footprint on the carpet.
Significantly smaller, yes.
Additional examples of markers being placed near items of evidence in photograph 3346.
Yes.
And we're now moving into the bedroom
That is correct.
and towards the bathroom.
Yes.
Okay. In photograph 3355, some pants that we saw previously.
Yes.
And a close-up in photograph 3358 of that threshold of the master bathroom.
Yes, that is correct.
3362, we don't have a marker here yet, and I don't believe that there was a close-up photo of this area. Tell the jury what you encountered and what caused you to take these photos.
So we noticed some suspected blood over by the right side of the bottom of the sink area.
And are we encountering some suspected blood on the handle of that shower stall that you saw the water in earlier?
Yes, that is correct.
And some documentation of this broken piece of the door.
Yes.
3377. And tell the jury what you've done in 3378.
So I put the frame up back where it would have been located to show that there was no blood spatter on the bottom portion, meaning that it was not attached when that blood spatter happened. So it does line up when it's on the floor.
Okay. 3379, some additional documentation of the condition of that door,
Yes,
and documentation of the only apparent blood that you saw on the exterior of that door.
that is correct.
Had you seen, let's say, any quantities of blood or apparent blood, let's say on the handle here or higher up on the door, would you have documented it?
Absolutely.
And you did not see it,
None that I could see, no.
so there was nothing to document.
No, there was not.
Okay, moving back out, 3383. And are you seeing some blood on the walls or apparent blood on the walls as you're moving back out?
Yes,
And again, another example of you observing. Well, tell me, did you observe, you think you observed this the first pass through, or now you're kind of appreciating and seeing things maybe you didn't see the first time?
there was a lot on scene. So also with the daylight now, this was in the evening, so some of the sunlight was not in, so on the very light tile, things like that. The same with the light walls when it was brighter in the room. So yes, we were seeing things that we had not seen before. And this was one of those instances where I was just documenting something now that I was seeing.
So this is an example of, although you took your sort of overall photos at the beginning, if you see something that's of interest, you're going to stop, you're going to document it.
Absolutely.
And some apparent blood, photograph 3392.
Yes.
Would this be the door that actually leads to the primary bedroom?
Yes, it is.
And some more apparent blood, 3394 on that same door.
Yes.
Would this be the door frame or the door frame area of leading to the primary bedroom?
Yes,
And we see some apparent blood, 3397.
that is correct.
Okay. Now, same sort of situation. Have you observed something on these columns in photograph 3400 that you hadn't maybe fully appreciated before?
Yes.
And we see a close-up of that in 3402 and 3403.
Yes.
Another example of that situation where we're seeing there's so much in the scene that maybe a change of light and additional time observing more what appears to be apparent blood in the area of that mirror that was south of Mr. Redlick's feet.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. So are we going to zoom in on some areas of interest in and around this stack of bloody towels?
Yes.
Talk to me about this water. What did you observe?
It was a pinkish color and with a chemical smell to it.
Okay. And this mop?
The mop appeared to be still wet and had reddish pink staining on it as well.
Okay. And photograph 3420 and then to 3422, do we see you documenting what appears to be a footprint and apparent blood with that same size scale that we saw previously?
Yes.
And we see a foot that measures smaller in comparison to the apparent foot on the carpet.
That is correct.
So maybe a better angle, 3423 of that footprint. Okay, now we're back in the laundry room.
Mm-hmm.
And are you seeing something that looks to you to maybe potentially be apparent blood there?
Yes, potentially.
Okay. Did you document the contents of the laundry room?
I did.
Why was that?
Just to make sure that there wasn't anything in there that could have been used for cleanup or anything.
it did not appear that Ms. Redlick had an opportunity to do the laundry,
That is correct.
or at least use the washing machine.
That is correct.
Okay. Back at threshold of leading to the kitchen,
Yes,
we see that knife that we've seen previously now noted by marker 4.
that is correct.
Okay. What do we see here, photograph 3438?
Just looking at some bloodstain pattern that I noticed.
And then a close-up of that at 3439,
Yes,
and some more apparent blood in that same area.
yes, higher up.
Okay. And do we notice something on the trash can that caught our attention?
Yes, there is, again, some red-brown staining on the trash can.
So that caused us to look in the trash.
It did,
Might we have looked in the trash anyway?
definitely.
But in this instance, we found pertinent things in the trash.
We did.
Items that appeared, as we see here in photograph 3456, to have reddish-brown staining in the trash.
Yes,
And we see examples of that 3458
yes,
and 3460, apparent reddish-brown staining on some McDonald's items.
that is correct.
And that's what we see here, 3462, a quarter pounder with cheese with this apparent red-brown staining.
Yes,
And more examples of items with this appearance of someone who had blood on them or an object with blood on it coming in contact.
yes.
Explain to the jury where we're now at in the stage of processing, how it's different than what we were at before, and what we're seeing.
So as you may have seen before, I documented everything that was over in that area with the towels, mop, bucket, and everything like that. So at this point now, we need to go through those towels to see if there's anything in there, because as you know, if you pile a bunch of stuff, things could be hidden. So in that pile of what appeared just to be towels, we found a larger, what appeared to be a men's shirt.
And that's what we see here depicted in 3467.
That is correct.
And that shirt sort of now spread out.
Yes.
And what did you see on the shirt?
Suspected blood on the shirt.
Did you notice a defect in the shirt?
Absolutely. So when he turned it around, I noticed up in this corner, there was a defect to the shoulder area.
And that's, you sort of shined a flashlight on it in 3474 to get a better, to be able to capture that defect better.
Yes.
Okay. 3475, an example of now the towels have been moved and we can see new things we didn't see before.
That is correct.
Among those new things, what do we see?
A bloody footprint.
And once again, placing that same size scale down next to that particular print.
Yes.
And once again, that particular print being smaller in size than the print that we saw on the carpet.
Significantly, yes.
And some more documentation of this mop in photograph 3480.
Yes.
And we're back in an area we've been quite a bit, but we're looking at something different. We focus in on 3484, this area of suspected blood right there on the wall next to that opening that leads to the kitchen.
Yes.
Okay. And a close-up of our knife that's at marker 3485.
That is correct.
Okay. 3489, more photographs of what you recognize to be consistent with bloody footprints in the kitchen.
Yes, that is correct.
And the contents of the trash in this particular trash can?
Yes.
Okay. Explain to the jury what caused you to open this door within the kitchen that we see in photograph 3500 and then continuing to document in 3501 into 3502.
So this was a little pantry closet, and I could see some liquid that appeared to have a reddish brown color to it going into the closet, so I opened it to document it.
And then picked it up to see sort of how far that reddish liquid goes.
Exactly, yes.
And then just to see if maybe the broom was used to clean.
Yes.
In 3505, we're going to look at a close-up of an area of suspected blood that may have appeared in earlier photos, but we didn't document it close-up.
That is correct.
And that's what we see here, 3508 and 3509.
Yes.
Okay. Are you about to look into the refrigerator?
Yes,
You often go to crime scenes and look in the refrigerator.
I do.
Often not find anything pertinent.
Often, yes.
Found something pertinent in this case.
In this case, yes, I did.
So as we move closer to the refrigerator, 3513 and 3514, more reddish brown stains on a carton of milk inside the refrigerator.
Yes.
And additional photographs of that reddish brown staining on that carton of milk.
Yes.
All right, can we approach?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at a spot for our natural break in the testimony, and so we will take our lunch break until 1:30. You'll come back up here at 1:30. That'll give you the hour and a half that I had promised you when we began jury selection. I just want to remind you not to speak with anyone about the case, about the facts that you've heard, and not do any research or look up anything using your telephones or any internet devices. And with that, have a wonderful lunch, and I'll see you at 1:30.
Thank you.
4-6, state.
Sean Williams, State of Florida.
Defense.
Catherine Conlon and Andrew Parnell on behalf of Ms. Redlick, who's present.
Okay, so all the jurors are back. We've got another 5 more minutes before we will start. I wanted to bring up an issue that came up during the lunch hour, or that was brought to my attention during the lunch hour. When I had spoken with the media regarding showing the images live stream, I had stated that images of Michael Redlick's body would not be shown. There was a video through the live feed where one of the images that was shown in court was actually sent out to the media pool, and maybe a second or two of that video was shown, and it was of Michael Redlick's body. And if I remember correctly, it's looking at him from his feet forward. And to my knowledge, that was the only one that was shown. However, that was directly in conflict with what I had stated earlier. So there is not going to be a video recording of the exhibits sent from the courtroom signal to the media pool, and I have been assured that that issue has been taken care of, and we won't have that slip up again. In addition to that, with regard to the protective order, it still stays in place. However, there is one child, the daughter, who is of age now, but her testimony will still be treated as if she were a minor and still under the protective order. And so I am working on just writing that out so that it's clear and we won't have any missteps later on in the process. So if you all give me just a few minutes so I can take care of that, and then I will bring the jury in shortly thereafter. Anyone wishing to be heard on what I just stated from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense.
No, Judge.
Somebody get the witness. Somebody get the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We had arranged the Collins's deposition for 4 o'clock today. I believe that Ms. Adelson will take a long time. I had asked the state what the plan was. I don't know if our plan is still to take the deposition of these witnesses, if these are witnesses that are still going to be called. But we had it set for 4, and I believe that Ms. Adelson will be a longer witness.
Why would she be alone?
Because I believe that there were a lot of questions from the state, from Ms. Adelson.
Everybody be in the audience, be seated. Ms. Kaplan, you expect this to be lengthy, would?
No, sir, but I think she'll probably be at least 45 minutes.
We have a court reporter that we've already taken that's waiting to begin in about 10 minutes.
Be seated.
Thank you, Judge.
I mean, I'm not overly concerned about the deposition being a little bit late, but is her attorney here?
I do not know the answer. All I know is that I made arrangements for Ms. Adelson to testify. I'm going to have...
Yes, Judge Rivera.
No, I think you're asking about Mr. Rivera's attorney.
No.
Oh.
Adelson.
I'm sorry. Yes.
All right. So we need to have some discussion about immunity. Is she here? Let's have the witness take a stand.
Should I call off my report? I'd like to mitigate costs, and I don't think that we'll be able to...
Wait a little while.
I don't think we'll be able to complete the deposition today, then, because we're going to lose the reporters at 6.
Come on up, man. Place her under oath, please.
Swear or testimony about to give this case for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth, nothing but it.
And could I get your name for the record, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
At the podium.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. It's John Lauro, Lauro, and I'm counsel for Ms. Adelson.
All right. And it's my understanding that the state is requesting the court to compel Ms. Adelson's testimony. Is that correct, Ms. Kaplan?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And based upon that, Ms. Adelson, testimony you provide and anything derived from this testimony cannot be used against you, but you will be required to answer all relevant questions. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else you want to make?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Anything else?
No, sir.
All right. Ms. Secretary, please.
Your Honor, could I just get an estimate on the time so I can tell the reporter?
I think she said about 45 minutes.
Would we then break after theirs and reserve cross for Tuesday?
No. We're going to finish today with this witness.
I understand. I don't believe that we're going to be able to do the deposition today.
That's up to you.
You guys can secure a reporter for us. We'll lose our reporter.
Oh, tonight you mean? I'll have to work on that. Don't know.
Wait.
You're in the courtroom?
Everybody be seated, please. Proceed, Ms. Kaplan.
All right, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Wendy Adelson, Wendiadelson.
How are you employed, Ms. Adelson?
I'm an attorney.
All right, and do you know...
Microphone up just a little bit, if you would, please, ma'am. All right.
I'm an attorney.
All right, how were you employed back in 2014?
I was employed at FSU Law School.
Okay, and were you a member of the Florida Bar at that time?
I was.
All right. And did you know Dan Markell?
Yes, I did.
How did you know Mr. Markell?
He was my husband.
When did you meet him?
We met in 2004.
Okay. And when did you marry?
We married in 2006.
Did you ever live in Tallahassee?
I did live in Tallahassee.
When did you first move to Tallahassee?
We moved to Tallahassee in the fall, August of 2005, and we lived in Tallahassee that academic year, so from 2005 until the summer of 2006, and then we spent a year living in Miami from 2006 to 2007, and then I lived back in Tallahassee from 2007 to 2014.
Why did you move to Tallahassee the first time?
The first time we moved to Tallahassee for Danny's job. He got a job at FSU Law School.
All right, and what about the second time?
And the second time we moved back to Tallahassee because he had tried to get a job at University of Miami Law School and it didn't work out.
All right, so both times it was for his employment?
Yes.
Okay, did you like living in Tallahassee?
I did.
All right, and did you live on Trescott Drive?
We did. That was our home.
And where are you from, Ms. Adelson?
I'm from Broward County originally.
Okay, and do you have family members in Broward currently?
I have one family member in Broward.
Where do you live currently? Or you can just tell us.
I live in Miami-Dade County.
And what about your parents? Where do they live?
They currently live in Miami-Dade County.
All right, and what about your brother, Charles Adelson?
He lives in Broward County.
And do you have any children?
I do.
And how many children do you have?
I have 2 children.
What are their ages?
They are 10 and 8, turning 9 soon.
Okay, both boys?
Both boys.
And both the biological children of Dan Markell?
Yes.
How are your family members employed, specifically your parents and your brother?
My mom is not currently working very much. She helps out with my dad's office. My dad is a dentist, and my brother, Charlie, is a periodontist.
And does your family have a dental practice in South Florida?
They do.
That they own and operate?
They do.
Okay. Is your family in South Florida wealthy? I know it's a relative term.
Are you asking me to speculate?
No, I'm asking if they're wealthy. If you don't know, you say you don't know.
It depends how you define wealthy.
Okay. Are they millionaires?
No.
When did you separate from Mr. Markell?
We separated in the fall of 2012.
And was part of the reason for your disagreement or separation having to do with how to raise the children in terms of your faith?
Yes, we had different ways of practicing our faith.
Okay. Do you know when you filed for divorce?
I believe it was the fall of 2012.
Okay, 9/10/2012 sound right to you?
That sounds right.
And when you separated initially in the fall of 2012, did you move to South Florida with the kids?
No, I did not.
You didn't go to South Florida with the kids?
No, I did not.
Was it your desire during that time to move with the children to South Florida?
I would say right then, no, it wasn't.
Are you familiar with a court order ordering you to come back to Tallahassee from South Florida?
I'm not familiar with that.
When you moved out from the marital home there on Trescott Drive, you lived at another residence in Tallahassee, is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall the address there?
I do. 3303 Aqua Ridge Way.
Okay. And was there a time during the time that you were living there at Aqua Ridge that you determined that you would like to move to South Florida with the children?
There was.
All right. And were your parents very involved in trying to facilitate that relocation?
My parents were supportive of me moving to South Florida.
Would you describe your parents as being over involved in your personal business?
As compared to other people's parents?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What was the child custody schedule when you were living at Aqua Ridge? And I assume Mr. Markell continued to live in the marital home on Trescott?
He did.
Okay, what was the custody situation with the kids?
So the custody situation changed over time and depending on the part of the year. But I think in the beginning, we would do a Wednesday night overnight. It was about 50-50 shared custody, but I don't remember the exact arrangement. I do remember in the summertime, it would switch to week on, week off, but during the school year, it was slightly different.
So still 50-50, but not necessarily every other week. It was mixed up within the week.
It was.
Okay. And you mentioned that you did develop a desire to move to South Florida. Did you file a motion to that effect on January 14th, 2013?
That sounds, I did file a motion. I don't remember the exact date.
Okay.
But that sounds about right.
All right. And in that motion, did you make some allegations that Mr. Markell was making things difficult for you at work?
I did.
Okay. And was that motion granted or denied?
That motion was denied.
All right. Denied with prejudice?
I don't remember.
Okay.
If you have it, I'm happy to take a look.
Okay. But in any event, you were not able to move at that time?
I did not move.
And were you upset about being stuck in Tallahassee?
I was relieved.
You were relieved. You wanted to stay in Tallahassee?
I was happy at my job.
Okay. Do you recall when your divorce to Mr. Markell became final?
The summer of 2013.
Okay. July 31st sound about right?
That sounds right.
Would you consider your divorce with Mr. Markell to be a nasty divorce?
I think most divorces aren't very pleasant.
Okay, but this one was like really unpleasant, right?
I found getting divorced to be unpleasant, yes.
And in the litigation that ensued between the two of you, you guys argued over things as small as a tennis racket, I noticed in one pleading.
I don't remember that.
Did he threaten to press kidnapping charges against you?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
I don't remember that. No.
Did he threaten to go after your law license? Remember that?
I don't remember that, no.
Do you remember him saying you failed to disclose a bunch of assets in the divorce process?
I do remember that.
Okay, did you guys have any mediations as part of your divorce?
We did have mediations leading up to settlement.
2 8-hour mediations, correct?
I don't remember how long they were, but they seemed very long.
Yeah, and they both did not result in a resolution.
They did not.
All right, but you did reach a settlement, I think, kind of just on the eve of a trial on the matter, correct?
That sounds right.
Do you remember this motion that was filed by your deceased ex-husband on March 26, 2014, involving, among other things, that had to do with your mother, an allegation that your mother was disparaging the children? I'm sorry.
Overruled.
Disparaging him to the children is what I meant to say. Are you familiar with that pleading?
I am familiar with that pleading.
All right, and in that pleading, did he allege that you were depriving him of physical access to the children?
I don't remember the specifics.
Do Do you recall whether he was complaining about you refusing to communicate with him about right of first refusal to the children during your time with them?
I know he was frustrated about the Skyping.
Lack of communication via Skype.
It's hard to
between the
Skype
children.
with two toddlers, yes.
All right. And in that motion, do you recall him being upset about an allegation that you let the kids eat non-kosher foods?
I remember him being upset about that in general, but I don't remember whether it was in a motion or not.
What does that mean, non-kosher foods?
So kosher rules have to do with the separation of milk and meat, or dairy and meat. So non-kosher foods would be meat that hasn't been killed in a way that conforms with Jewish law, or the mixing of the two.
And is observing those types of eating habits something that's important to you?
It is not important to me.
And was it something that was important to Dan Markell?
It was important to Danny.
And it was important to him that the children observe that way of eating, correct?
It was.
And in that motion, did he seek to restrict your mother's contact with the kids to supervised visits only?
I don't remember, but if you'd like to show me the motion, I can take a look.
Okay, but you don't remember that portion?
No.
All right. Do you remember the allegation that your mother made statements to the children that grandma hates you? Grandma says you're stupid. Your father is trying to take my sunshines away. Anything like that? Do you recall?
No, but again, I'm happy to look at it if you'd like to show me.
I understand. Do you recall that Mr. Markell was seeking sanctions against you personally in that motion?
I don't remember that.
Do you know whether this would have been a motion that you would have shown to your mother? Would she have been aware of it?
I probably would have shown my mom the motion.
Is it fair to say that your parents are very protective of you?
I think that's fair to say.
Is it fair to say that your brother is very protective of you?
I think that's fair to say.
Okay. What about Dan Markell? Did your family like him?
Do you want to specify a point in time?
Well, I'm specifically thinking of a statement you made in the interview after his death, where you indicated that your parents were very angry with him. Is that accurate?
At that point in time, during our divorce, I do think they were angry with him. They felt like he had treated me badly.
And the motion to preclude your mom from having unsupervised contact with your kids, that was still pending at the time of his murder, correct?
That's possible. I mean, I don't think anyone took that motion very seriously.
Okay. Did your mom take it seriously?
I don't think so.
Did Dan Markell take it seriously?
I don't know how Danny felt about a motion. If he wrote the motion, he was probably taking it seriously.
Approach with some emails. Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 80?
Your Honor, could I see what the State's Exhibit 80 is, Your Honor, and I don't know if you want to do it now or I'm going to request a sidebar on this.
What's that?
I'm going to request a sidebar on this one.
Let her identify first.
This is State's Exhibit 80. Just take a moment and flip through, make sure this is the exhibit you reviewed previously.
I've been shown these exhibits.
Okay. And are these exhibits fair and accurate copies of emails between yourself and your mother, Donna Adelson?
They are.
Okay. And the email addresses on this exhibit, donnaharvey@gmail.com. Whose address is that?
My parents have a joint email address.
Okay, but you were communicating with one of them in particular in these emails, right?
Whoever signed the email, but it could be from either or both of them.
Okay, either could have used it, but we can deduce from who signed it who this one was from?
That sounds right.
Okay, and WendyAdelson@gmail.com, is that you?
That is me.
All right, Judge, at this time I asked to move into evidence, State's Exhibit.
We'll go sidebar. Let me give a brief legal explanation to the jury. You've heard a number of hearsay objections about things that were said by Mr. Markle, things that are in these emails by another person who may not be testifying. Normally, we refer to those things as hearsay, and they're not allowed without the person actually testifying, but there are a whole bunch of exceptions to that. And one of the exceptions to that is when it's not being offered to prove that what's said is true, but simply to show that it has been said because there's some relevance to the fact that these statements were made. So I am not offering these statements to show they're true. These persons, I mean, obviously Mr. Markle can't be here for us to have cross-examination of him. We don't anticipate that the other Miss Adelson will be here as a witness. We can't test. The attorneys will not be able to test that to see whether that's true or not, but I am allowing it for limited purposes to show state of mind of these persons. So you may proceed, Ms. Kappelman.
Yes, Your Honor. I noticed in the emails that your mother referring to, who I think is Dan Markell, as Jibbers. What does that mean?
Jibbers was a nickname that I gave Danny when he was being really difficult and causing me a lot of pain. Was sort of a nickname I gave him to make him feel less threatening.
So it was a derogatory thing?
I wouldn't say it was derogatory.
Did you call him that to his face?
No, I called him Danny to his face.
Okay.
And Jibbers would be what? How would you spell that?
I don't know that I ever spelled it out. In the emails, I think it's spelled with a J, but I guess you could spell it with a G.
Jibbers.
That would be one way to.
Ms. Adelson, you had Mr. Markell's phone number programmed into your phone as Jibbers, didn't you?
That's right.
Do you know much about your brother Charles Adelson's business practices?
I know that he does implant surgery.
Mm-hmm. Do you know anything about whether he offers discounts for cash or does a lot of business in cash?
I have no idea.
Do you know if there's a safe in your parents' house that has stacks of cash inside?
I don't know about a safe with stacks of cash.
So you don't have a stack of cash in your parents' safe that's Wendy's stack?
No.
Okay. Did Charlie Adelson like Dan Markell? And again, I'm referring to the time frame before his death.
I mean, I think he was also, he would listen to me when I would tell him about things I was upset about at the time with the divorce. So whether he liked him or didn't like him, he certainly was supportive of me.
Okay, but he never expressed any dislike?
No.
Did he mention hiring a hitman to kill your husband?
Objection, hearsay.
No.
Did he ever joke about he looked into hiring a hitman, but buying you a TV as a divorce present would be cheaper?
He did make that joke. He tended to repeat himself, and sometimes he would make jokes that weren't very funny about all kinds of things.
All right, and was that TV, did he buy you a TV as a divorce present?
He did.
And was that TV the same TV that was being repaired at your residence at the time that your husband was murdered?
It was.
Who made the arrangements for that TV repair?
I did.
Your mom didn't make those arrangements?
I don't believe so.
And the repairman was at your house that morning that your husband died between 8:30 and 9:15. Do you agree with that?
I remember he was supposed to come between 8 and noon, and then he ended up coming on the early side.
That's when he arrived, between 8:30 and 9:15?
It's my best recollection.
Did Charlie ever say that he considered all possible options to take care of the problem being Dan Markell?
Objection, hearsay.
Did he ever say that?
No.
After the murder of Mr. Markell, did Charlie Adelson take you out for a celebration dinner?
No.
Do you recall any dinner shortly after Mr. Markell's death where you were with Mr. Charlie Adelson and vomited?
I do remember that dinner. I'm sorry?
Go ahead, I interrupted you.
After Danny died, I was terrified that someone was going to come after me or my children and harm us as well. And so I didn't leave my house for about a month. And when I finally felt ready to leave the house and have dinner, I told my brother that I wanted to have dinner, that I was ready to finally go to a restaurant and eat a meal again. And I'd barely eaten for a full month, just out of grief and shock. And so that night, when I finally ate for the first time, they ended up taking a while before they sat us, and they sat us at the bar, and I had a drink, and I wasn't used to eating anything or drinking alcohol, and I threw up at the table. The only time in my life I've done something like that, but it was certainly not a celebration.
And you never heard your brother refer to it in that way?
No.
Were you involved in any way in a plot to kill Dan Markell?
No.
Do you have any knowledge other than the statements you said your brother made or the jokes your brother made? Do you have any knowledge of anyone being involved in a plot to kill your husband?
No.
Do you know Catherine Magbanwa?
I have met her before.
How do you know her?
We met one time at dinner when I came home, and my brother introduced me to her. And I think we might have gone to the beach once with her and a friend for a few hours.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 36. Is that a photograph of you and Catherine Magbanwa at the beach?
With her friend, yes.
Okay, and do you remember the friend's name?
I don't.
All right, is this a fair and accurate photograph from that event?
That looks like the three of us at the beach, yes.
Do you recall when this was taken?
I don't.
Okay, does Father's Day weekend 2014, is that correct?
So June 2014, that's
Yes, ma'am.
possible?
All right, would it refresh your memory to look at the data associated with that photograph?
Sure.
Take a look at this top block there that references this photo. Tell me if you can advise when the photo was taken.
It looks like it was taken on June 15th, 2014.
All right, and do you know where the photo was taken?
I think that's South Beach.
Close to where your parents were living in the condo?
Yes.
And did you say how you know Ms. Magbanwa?
She was dating my brother.
Judge, at this time, I ask that introduce State's 36.
Is there objection?
None for Mr. Garcia, Judge.
None for Ms. Magbanwa, Your Honor.
It'll be admitted.
I'm the one in the middle.
And which one's Ms. Magbanwa?
The one on the left-hand side to the right of me in the photo.
And this one is her friend?
Yes.
Ms. Magbanwa's friend.
Yes.
Approach and show you one more photo. State's Exhibit 37. Recognize this photo?
I don't recognize that photo, but I recognize the people in it.
Okay, who's in it?
That's my brother, and I think that's Katie.
Is Katie Catherine McFadden?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate photo of the two of them when, I guess, during the time that they were dating?
That looks right.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move to the state's 37.
Is there objection?
Yes, Your Honor, this witness is not able to properly authenticate that picture in terms of when it was taken and where it was taken, so I would object.
Sustained.
Your brother dated Catherine McBanois?
Yes.
Okay. And was that the context in which you became acquainted with her? Was through your brother?
Yes.
Do you know when they began seeing each other, your brother and Miss McBanois?
I have no idea.
Do you know when they stopped seeing each other?
I have no idea.
Do you know whether the relationship between your brother and Miss McBanois was a serious relationship?
I met many, many girlfriends of my brother's over the years. I didn't get any indication that it was a serious relationship.
Okay. He's a guy that has a lot of girlfriends.
He has had a lot of girlfriends.
How many girlfriends has he had since Catherine McBanois?
I have no idea.
Several?
Probably.
And does he have a child with someone now?
He does have a child.
How old is your brother?
43?
Has he ever been married?
No.
Do you know whether your brother makes a practice of giving gifts to his former girlfriends?
I have no idea.
Are you aware of any specific gift he's ever given to a former girlfriend?
No.
Do you know Sigfredo Garcia?
No.
Have you ever met him?
No.
I want to ask you about the week prior to Mr. Markel's murder, like June 30th through July 10th, 2014. Were you in South Florida that week?
I know I was in South Florida for my father's 70th birthday. My dad's birthday is July 5th. I don't remember if his party was on his actual birthday or a little before or a little after, but I remember I went down for his birthday.
Can you tell the jury whether or not you were in South Florida on July 1st, 2014?
I couldn't say for sure.
Okay, but
I may have traveled that day. I don't remember exactly when I went down. I only remember I was there for probably about a week and that I went down for my dad's birthday, but I couldn't tell you more exactly than that.
Your dad's birthday's on the 5th?
It is.
What month?
Of July?
Was Mr. Markel planning to leave town the day after he was murdered?
I believe he was.
Do you know where he was going?
I believe he was going to New York to visit his girlfriend.
And how?
To visit his girlfriend.
How old was Mr. Markel when he was killed?
He was born in 1972, and he died in July of 2014, before his birthday's in October. He was 41.
41 years old?
Yes.
Did law enforcement in this case analyze your cell phone?
I gave them my cell phone.
Okay. And in your cell phone, you have some contacts for Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson, and Charlie Adelson, as well as Jibbers, who we've established as Dan Markel. Are all the phone numbers in your phone for them accurate phone numbers for those folks?
I would imagine so.
And I want to ask you about some recorded phone calls that were taken in association with this case. Did you have an opportunity to review a disc of some of those phone calls?
I did. The phone calls weren't played.
I'm sorry, hold on just a minute.
Yeah.
All right, so I provided you with a disc, correct?
Yes.
And a list of the specific phone calls and the voices on the specific phone calls that I was asking you whether you could identify?
Yes.
All right. And did you initial next to the letters of those calls that you were able to identify?
I did.
All right, I'm going to approach and show you State's Exhibit 175.
I just wanted to clarify that we didn't listen to the phone calls from beginning to end for each one, but that we were able to listen to parts of the phone calls so that we could authenticate who was speaking on the phone call.
Okay, and when you say we, who are you referring to?
Myself and my attorney.
Okay, so you listened to another phone call in order to be able to tell me whose voice was on the call?
That's right.
Okay, and when you initial next to the highlighted portions, okay, I guess I should say, the calls are listed by letter and number, each call, and then I have highlighted the names that I am asking you to authenticate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and if you've initialed next to that call, does that signify that you were able to authenticate that the highlighted names on that call were the voices of those people?
Correct.
Okay, so namely Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson, correct?
Correct.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence States 175.
There's an objection from Ms. McDonald, Judge. I
Your
can't,
legal objection?
Your Honor, I think it would require a speaking objection, so I'm not sure how you'd like to handle
State
it.
your legal objection.
The legal objection is going to be relevance at this point and improper foundation.
All right, I'll overrule that objection. No, admit. State's Exhibit 175.
I want to talk about your location on the day of Mr. Markell's murder. You know that law enforcement looked at your phone and sort of looked at your movements that day?
Yes.
Okay. And that information indicates you were home at the Aqua Ridge residence at approximately 12:27 in the afternoon that day. Is that correct?
I don't remember exactly what time, but that sounds right. I know I had left to meet some friends for lunch, so I guess I was home until that time. That sounds right.
All right. So it seems like kind of around lunchtime, about half afternoon.
Sure.
All right. And then shortly after that at 12:29, it appears you were traveling on Centerville Road. Is that a normal way that you would ingress and egress from your Aqua Ridge residence?
That sounds right.
All right, and when you left your residence, you said you were going to lunch. Did you go directly to lunch?
No, I stopped and made a purchase for a party that I was supposed to attend first.
And what was that purchase?
It was my first time purchasing bourbon. It was for not a bridal shower. It was for a bachelor. No, it was for a wedding party, but it was the bride and groom together, and they had asked for people to buy certain alcohol to help them.
Like a stock the bar party.
A stock the bar party. I forgot what it's called.
Okay. And do you remember what type of bourbon you purchased?
I don't.
Does Bullet bourbon sound familiar?
Maybe. It was.
Right.
They had a list of what they wanted, and so I asked the person at the store if they had whatever kind it was.
Okay. And do you recall where you went to purchase the alcohol?
I think I went on Thomasville Road at ABC Liquor.
Okay. Is there a reason you went to that particular store?
No, I don't know many liquor stores. That was the first one that popped up.
All right. And you made that purchase according to the receipt that was in your vehicle at 12:49. Does that sound about right to you?
That sounds right.
Okay. And did you make any stops between leaving your residence and going to the liquor store?
Maybe I purchased gas?
I don't know if you did or not, but I'm referring to your visit to the crime scene.
I did not visit the crime scene.
You did not pull up to the crime scene tape on Truscott Drive?
No. I was driving on Centerville Road, and sometimes I would take the shortcut through Truscott.
Yes, ma'am.
But when I was driving on Centerville Road, I saw some sort of tape or obstruction, and so I didn't turn.
Okay. And then you went from the liquor store straight to the restaurant?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right. And what restaurant was that?
What was the name of that restaurant?
Mosaic?
Mosaic.
seen the photographs that were taken of your vehicle?
I have not. That looks like my car. That looks like bourbon, yeah.
Who had your kids the morning that Mr. Markell was killed?
The kids were at preschool.
But I mean, at what home did they wake up that day?
That morning, I think they were at Danny's house.
Did you stand to gain anything from your husband's death, like financially?
No.
Do you know how much the lawyers that assisted you with the divorce process and litigation that followed the divorce, do you know how much they cost?
How much my lawyers
How
or
much you
Danny's
spent on
lawyers?
lawyers, yeah.
I honestly don't remember.
Fair to say it was a lot of money?
It felt like a lot of money to me.
How many different lawyers did you have during the pendency of your divorce and the litigation that followed?
I had 3.
Do you know how many Mr. Markell had?
I don't remember.
Do you remember your mom suggesting a plan to offer Danny $1 million to allow the relocation of you and the children to South Florida?
Objection here today.
Overruled.
I'm sure I knew about it at the time that it happened, and then I had my memory refreshed about it recently.
Did you ever make the offer to Mr. Markell?
No.
Did you move to South Florida after their father was killed with the children?
So after he was killed, I packed a weekend bag and went to South Florida for what I thought would be a couple of days, maybe a week. My son's birthday was July 29th, and I thought we'd be back in Tallahassee by then.
Did you ever come back?
I did come back a few times, but not permanently.
Okay, so you ended up moving there permanently.
I wouldn't say it's permanent, but I'm living there right now.
Okay. Well, it's been 5 years.
It has been a while. I've been exploring options for employment in many different places.
And when you initially left to go to South Florida, was that the same day as the funeral service for your husband?
No.
Was it the day after?
It might have been the day after or the day after that. I don't remember.
Did you change your children's last name from Markell to Adelson?
I did.
When was that done?
So after Danny died, there was a lot of press coverage, and CNN put pictures of my children's faces unblurred on national television. Newspapers put their names without any consideration to the fact that they're children. And
I appreciate that, but the question is when did you change their names?
When they started school, I registered them under my name, hoping it would keep them safe.
And was that approximately a year after their dad was killed?
It was whenever I registered Ben for school, so it was soon after. But I didn't legally change their name until after that.
Okay. And where did they start school? When you say you changed their name when they started school, was that here in Tallahassee or somewhere else?
No, it was in South Florida.
So that fall, they started regular enrollment like you would in the normal beginning of the school year?
That's right.
Okay. And did you also eliminate your older son's middle name?
When I legally changed their names, I did.
And you just dropped that from the name?
I did.
Okay. And that was a name that came from Dan Markell's deceased maternal grandmother, is that correct?
The name started with an A, which was to honor my grandfather, Aaron Adelson, and the second half of his name was to honor Danny's grandmother.
Okay.
So we lost an honor to both families.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Cross Garcia.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Adelson, I represent Mr. Garcia, and I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Okay.
Charlie's your older brother or younger brother?
I'm the youngest in the family, so both my brothers are my older brothers.
And how many years older is Charlie than you?
He's approximately 3 years older.
Would you describe your relationship with your brother as a close relationship?
I would.
And the brother I'm referring to is Charlie. And just for the record, all the questions I have with regards to brothers is going to be focused just on your brother Charlie, okay?
Okay.
Charlie graduated high school?
He did.
College?
He did.
Dental school?
He did.
So he has substantial educational background?
Yes.
Would you consider him to be book smart?
He did very well in his classes.
So that would potentially be a yes. What about street smart? Do you think he was kind of street smart?
I think he's good with people.
And would it be fair to say that he has a wide range of friends, different types of friends?
He has a lot of friends.
Would you say, are there certain friends that he goes out night clubbing with?
I don't know. He doesn't talk to me about night clubbing.
Okay. Well, when he has social events, do you ever go out with him socially?
I haven't in a long time. I'm pretty busy with my kids. But I have once or twice gone out with him.
And is it the same types of friends that he goes out to these social events with?
He would usually go with his roommate, who's, I don't think they're living together anymore, but they lived together for a while.
Would you agree with me that your brother Charlie was, I don't want to call him like a socialite, but he would frequent the nightclub scene?
I honestly don't know that.
So your single brother is a pretty handsome guy, right?
I think he's handsome.
Right. We've seen his pictures. Good looking guy. Never been married, right?
No.
And what kind of car does he have?
For a while, what does he have? What is he driving right now?
Well,
he likes cars. He
has a lot of cars, right? And these aren't like Hondas or Toyotas. They're Mercedeses and Ferraris, right?
He drove an unmarked police car for a while.
But that wasn't my question. My question was, did he ever have a Mercedes?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, and it wasn't like a C300. It was like a 5 Series, right?
I honestly don't know anything about cars.
Well, it was the bigger Mercedes, right?
It was big.
It was the bigger one. And he also had a Ferrari, right?
I know he had one really fancy car, but I don't remember what brand it was.
Okay, so you're telling this jury that you don't remember if your brother had a Ferrari?
Cars are really not important to me. You saw mine. I drove a minivan.
Well, but you're not your brother, right?
I am not my brother. I knew he had a fancy car. I just don't remember if it was a Porsche or if it was a Ferrari. It was something fancy.
Something kind of fancy,
yeah.
Right? Okay. So you have a pretty successful brother, right?
He's successful, yeah.
And he likes to show off his success with his extravagant cars, correct?
He likes fancy cars.
Okay. Handsome guy, in good shape, right?
He's handsome.
And you indicated that he had a lot of girlfriends, right?
Yes.
Now, I know you didn't go clubbing with him, but were you aware that he would go to like Miami Beach a lot? Or South Beach?
Sure. I mean, I couldn't say how often he went out or where he was going. It's just not something I would really talk to him about.
When your brother took you out to dinner and you vomited, do you remember what the restaurant was?
I do.
Which restaurant was it?
It's called Uvia.
Okay, where is that located?
It's on Lincoln Road.
Okay, and Lincoln Road is in South Beach, right?
Lincoln Road is in South Beach.
Are you aware if your brother took steroids?
No, I'm not aware if he took steroids.
What about if your brother used illicit drugs?
I'm not aware of my brother using illicit drugs.
And the fact that you're not aware if he used it doesn't mean he didn't use it, correct?
No, I'm just saying I don't know.
Do you know when Luis Rivera started serving your brother drugs?
I don't know anything about that.
Your brother would frequent South Beach and Miami Beach sometimes, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know? The restaurant that he took you to was in South Beach, correct?
I was living close to that restaurant at the time.
And your parents had a home in South Beach also, correct?
My parents did not have a home in South Beach. They were renting an apartment.
I'll rephrase it. They had a place to stay in South Beach, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
McBain?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Nicholson.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing today? You doing okay?
I'm fine.
You nervous?
Am I nervous?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm nervous.
Okay. Now, you stated on direct examination that you are a lawyer.
I am a lawyer.
Right. So you understand that the oath that you took before you took the stand, correct?
Yes,
You know the consequences of not being truthful here,
of course.
and you also have a separate obligation as an attorney to tell the truth, right?
Of course.
Okay. Now, do you know who killed Dan Markel?
No,
Did your brother have anything to do with killing Dan Markel?
I don't believe so.
Your mother is Donna Adelson?
She is.
Where is she right now?
Right now, she's with my children
Not in Tallahassee?
in Miami.
Okay, she's not in jail?
No,
She's never been arrested before?
no.
Okay. She's not even testifying in this case, is she? To your
No.
knowledge?
To my knowledge, no.
What about your brother Charlie? Is he in Miami right now?
He's probably in Fort Lauderdale right now.
Okay, but he hasn't been arrested?
No,
Hasn't been charged?
no,
And he's not testifying in this case, is he?
no.
Okay. Are you aware if the state has attempted to subpoena them to come to court?
I believe they have received a subpoena to come to court.
Okay, and it was for them to come and testify in this trial, or you don't know?
I don't know for certain.
Okay. But you know they've received some form of subpoena?
I heard about that.
Okay. When is the last time you spoke to your family? Your mom, in particular?
This morning, I called to check in on the boys.
Okay. How is your relationship with your parents now? Is it estranged in any way, or you still have a good relationship with your parents?
I still have a good relationship.
What about your brother Charlie?
I still have a good relationship.
When is the last time you spoke to Charlie?
Probably last week at some point.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned that Charlie is a father.
He is.
When did he have his child? Is it a boy or a girl?
It's a boy.
Okay.
He was born in December 2017.
Okay. So about, I would say that's over a year after Miss McBain was arrested.
I couldn't say.
Okay. Do you know who the mother of that child is?
I do.
Who is she?
You want her name?
Yes.
Her name is Bree Price.
Okay. And is he married to her now?
He's not married.
Are they still together?
Depends on the day.
And do you know if he has any other girlfriends at this
I
point?
have no idea.
All right. Have you been keeping up with the media coverage in this case?
I don't watch any media related to this case.
Okay. So, but you are aware of the attention that has been brought on this case?
I'm aware only because of the constant death threats that I receive, yes.
Okay. So just to specify, you haven't watched any of the specials that have been on air about this case?
I have not watched any of them.
Do you know if your parents have watched any of the specials on this case?
I advise them not to. They may have seen bits of them, but I don't know for certain.
What about your brother Charlie?
I don't know.
Did you watch the state's opening statement in this case?
I did not.
You did not?
I did not.
Okay. So you're not aware of what the state's theory is in this case?
I'm not.
Now, you mentioned on direct examination something about listening to some recordings that the state provided to you.
Yes.
Okay. Is that the first time you ever listened to those recordings?
Yes.
Do you know what those recordings are about?
There are many, many recordings.
Okay. Did they give you all of the recordings?
I don't know. I listened to what I was given, but I don't know if there's more.
How much time did it take you to listen to the recordings that you were given?
Again, I didn't listen to the entire thing, so probably about an hour to go through all of the recordings and listen to excerpts of each of them.
Of each of them. So you're not aware if the state gave you all of the recordings that they provide, that they have in their possession?
I have no idea.
Okay. Did they have you listen to any recordings that occurred before April 19th of 2016? 2016.
So I'd have to see the document to remember the exact date on it. I do remember my birthday's in April, so I remember the dates being close to that, but I don't remember exactly.
Did they ask you to listen to the phone call where Charlie Adelson is talking to Miss McBanwell about work?
I listened to something.
No, Judge.
Sustained.
So it's fair to say that they only let you listen to portions of the phone calls that they think are important.
I was given conversations and I listened to some of them to authenticate voices, but I don't know. I imagine they thought it was important for me to listen. That's why I did.
Did you listen to a phone call?
Ask your question, don't answer until I rule, please, ma'am.
Judge, that will be wrong if the question contains.
Let's go sidebar. Needed to wake y'all up. Go ahead and explain.
So the question was, Ms. Adelson, did they have you listen to any phone calls where it was a conversation between your brother and your mother, if you were able to identify any conversations like this?
I think I did yes.
Now I want to talk about the circumstances surrounding your actual divorce.
Okay.
Which I believe you said was finalized in 2013, right?
Yes.
You just left your divorce papers on a mattress of Dan Markell in the house and left town. Is that correct?
No.
How is it that you delivered the divorce papers to him?
I called him to let him know that I wanted a divorce. It wasn't the first time I asked for a divorce, but it was the last time. And told him that I would see him when he got home. Not home, but back to Tallahassee. And then I did leave the papers for him, but I didn't leave town. I was still in Tallahassee.
Okay. So he was actually aware of that you were going to be seeking a divorce before you actually delivered the papers to him?
I had asked for a divorce several months earlier.
Okay.
That's when we started going to counseling. And he told me that if I tried to get divorced from him, that I could leave with the clothes on my back and that he would take the kids and that I would be penniless. And so when I actually asked for a divorce, I thought it best not to be there.
So is it fair to say that this was not a mutual thing between the two of you, that Danny did not want a divorce?
I don't think he wanted to get divorced.
How close is your brother's relationship, Charlie Adelson, with your mother, Donna Adelson?
I think they're close.
Would you characterize their relationship as closer than you are with your mother?
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I do think they talk more frequently than I do, but I don't think closeness always has to do with the frequency of communication.
And you had said on direct that your parents were not happy with Dan Markell's behavior during the divorce.
No, they didn't think he was treating me well.
And is this just Donna Adelson, your mom, or was it both Donna and Harvey Adelson?
I'm sure both of my parents felt that way.
Did they ever express those those feelings to you?
Yes,
Did they call him names?
yes.
Okay. Did one parent do that more than the other, or it was consistent between the two?
I think it was consistent between the two.
Okay. What kind of names did they call him?
I mean, I've had my memory recently refreshed, so I saw things, but my memory is, I don't remember name calling, but I did recently see emails where they called him names.
Now, after the divorce, you started dating
I did.
other people, right? When is it that you had your first, I wouldn't say serious boyfriend, but your first boyfriend after Dan Markel?
Probably within a month.
Okay. When did he, if you know, did he start seeing anybody else after the divorce?
He did, but I don't know when it started.
Okay. And is that Amy, or was it some other person?
I know about Amy, but I don't know if there were other people before Amy.
Did you know what, at the time of the murder, do you know what, if any, future plans Dan Markel had?
I couldn't really say about his future plans, but I felt like by then he and Amy were pretty serious, and he was trying to spend as much time in New York as possible.
Do you know if his intention was to, and it's only if you know, it was his intention to remain in Tallahassee, or do you know if he was planning to leave the state?
I think he always planned on leaving Tallahassee. It was just a question of when.
Okay. Do you know why? Did he have an aversion to Tallahassee, or
No,
just...
it wasn't an aversion to Tallahassee. He was a very ambitious person, and so from the moment we arrived in Tallahassee, he was always looking for a stepping stone toward a better university where he could teach.
And he took a very special interest in what he did, which is, he's a law professor.
Right.
He graduated from Harvard, and he studied criminal law.
Right, that was his specialty.
Okay. And did there come a time where you were dating someone by the name of Jeffrey Lacasse?
Yes.
You know who that is?
I do.
Do you remember when you started dating Jeffrey Lacasse?
I don't remember exactly, but 2013.
Okay. Do you remember how long you dated him for?
I remember it was less than a year, but probably more than 6 months.
Were you dating him at the time leading up to the homicide, which would be July 18th, 2014?
We broke up a few weeks before Danny was killed, or a week or so. We broke up before Danny was killed.
How would you describe your relationship with Jeffrey Lacasse?
I mean, I think it took different turns. I think it was more casual in the beginning, and then it was getting more serious. And then I was feeling more committed to the relationship. And then in late June, we had this big fight. And after that point, I didn't really want to be with him anymore.
Do you know what the fight was about? Do you remember?
I remember what the fight was about.
What was it about?
He didn't trust me.
In terms of
He thought
other people?
He thought I was cheating on him.
Okay. And you said you broke up. When was that?
We broke up. It would have been one of the last weekends in June.
So fairly close to when the homicide occurred.
Right.
Now, that spring break, which would have been the month of March, didn't you and Jeffrey Lacasse come down to Miami?
We did.
Okay. And you stayed with your brother, Charlie?
We did.
Okay. And do you know at that time who he was dating?
I don't.
Okay. Does it sound, if I say that was when he was dating Catherine Magbanua, is that a correct statement, or you don't remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember having dinner with Jeffrey Lacasse at a restaurant and with your brother, and that Catherine Magbanua was there?
I have a vague recollection of it.
Okay. And do you remember if this restaurant had outside seating?
We always used to go to the same restaurant, and so I know the restaurant, it has outside seating.
Okay. And when you met Catherine Magbanua, Charlie introduced you to her as his girlfriend?
Probably.
Okay.
Definitely as someone he was seeing, right? I don't remember if he used the term girlfriend, but in a romantic kind of way.
Okay.
Not as just a friend.
And am I characterizing Mr. Charlie Adelson correctly when I say, you had said he has lots of girlfriends?
I've met lots of girls over the years, which is why it's hard to remember whether I had dinner with one person versus another.
Do you know what his thoughts and beliefs are in marriage? Does he not believe in marriage?
I don't think he's so pro-marriage, no.
Okay. Do you know how many times you met Katie? We talked about the time on the beach, and then we've already now talked about dinner.
I remember vaguely those two. I don't remember any other time.
Do you remember the name of the person that was in that picture with you?
No.
Okay. Does Yindra Velasquez Mascaro sound familiar?
No.
Now, you didn't have a really close relationship with Katie, right?
No.
Okay. Did you know that Katie has 2 kids?
I did.
Remember, Ms. Kawas, we're not going to get all the first names.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge, I apologize. Did you know that Ms. McBanwa had children?
I did know that.
Okay. Did you ever discuss with Ms. McBanwa the details of the divorce that you had before she even knew who your brother was?
That wouldn't be possible because I only met her with my brother.
Okay, so you didn't talk, your relationship wasn't a close relationship where you would talk to her about Dan Markell?
No.
Do you ever remember having a conversation with Ms. McBanwa about Dan Markell and your divorce?
It's very possible that I brought it up, but
nothing stands out.
No, not at all.
Now I want to talk to you about the time of the murder, okay? The day before the homicide, all right?
Okay.
You had talked about your custody situation with Dan Markell, that it was a week on, week off. Is that correct?
That's right.
And an overnight stay switch on a Wednesday.
That's my best memory.
So a better way to describe it would be if it's your week, you have the boys, but on Wednesday night they will sleep at Dan Markell, do an overnight sleepover at Dan Markell.
Right.
And then return them to you the next day.
Or return them to school.
And then you pick them up in the evening.
Right.
So the day of the homicide, do you remember what day of the week that was?
I believe it was Friday.
Okay. So the day before would have been a Thursday.
Right.
Okay. Do you remember what you were doing that day?
I don't.
Is there any way that you would have been walking down Trescott Drive with your 2 sons the day before his murder?
No. I don't live in walking distance, so there's no reason why I would have been walking down the street. No.
You and Mr. Markell weren't on that kind of talking or speaking terms where you would be at the Trescott home and he wasn't there?
No.
Okay. You wouldn't go and take the boys for a walk on Trescott Drive?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. And as far as you knew at that time, the kids, what school were they attending?
They went to Creative Preschool.
Okay, and when you would drop the kids off at Creative Preschool, do you have to sign them in?
You do have to sign them in.
Okay, and then, so there should be a record of the days that the boys would have been at the preschool.
That's right.
What time would you drop the boys off? Do you remember? Is it an early morning thing or?
I would drop them off in the morning. I don't remember, maybe it was 8, maybe it was 9.
But nothing late like 11?
I don't think so.
And then what would be the usual time you pick them up in the afternoon?
I think it would depend on whether I was teaching or if I had court, what I was up to, but my guess is sometime between 3 and 6, I would pick them up.
So would it be fair to say that, around 11 o'clock in the morning, the boys would probably be in school on a weekday?
That would be right.
Okay. Do you know someone by the name of Whitney?
I do know Whitney.
Who is Whitney?
Whitney was a girlfriend of my brother's.
Okay. Do you know who introduced Charlie to Mr. Adelson to Whitney?
I don't.
Do you know how long they were dating?
I don't.
Do you remember when they started dating?
I don't remember when they started dating.
Okay. When did your brother buy you that TV?
I remember having the TV in the house on Aqua Ridge. So sometime after the fall of 2012. Sometime between 2012, 2013, something like that.
Do you remember making a phone call to Charlie that morning and having a conversation with him without going into the details of that conversation?
Which morning?
The morning of Danny's murder.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Judge. Mr. Markell's murder. Do you remember how long you spoke for?
I don't remember how long I spoke for.
Now, you had described your brother as a talker. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think I described him as more of a joker than a talker, but he does talk.
Do you remember the circumstances under which he made that statement that the state talked about hiring a hitman, but instead I got you this TV? Who else was around when this statement was made?
Well, he tends to repeat himself, so he kept repeating that joke because he thought it was funny.
Okay, but do you remember the time frame of when that happened? Like, was this way before, during the course of your divorce, or was this after?
It would have been when he bought the TV.
When he bought the TV. And that would be after the divorce.
Well, not after I filed for divorce, right? But not after the divorce was finalized. So sometime after, I really don't remember when I got the TV, but maybe sometime starting with the fall of 2012, sometime around then, but it could have been 2013.
Do you know, now your parents' apartment on South Beach, are they still living there?
No.
Okay, so they moved.
They did.
At the time, do you know how much their rent was in that apartment?
I have no idea.
You said they did not own that property?
No.
Okay. And now you said that you stayed in Tallahassee after the homicide.
I stayed for a few days.
Okay. And do you recall if Detective Isom tried to call you?
After I had left?
Before you left, and before you left Tallahassee, but after the memorial service for Mr. Markell?
He did not call me before I left Tallahassie, no.
Okay. Did he try to call you?
He called me when I was already on the road,
okay,
about 4 hours away from Tallahassee.
All right. Did he ever try to talk to you again?
No.
As a prosecution? When is the first time the prosecution reached out to you to speak to you about what happened?
I don't remember ever talking with the prosecution.
Object. Question.
Let's go sidebar.
Proceed, Your Honor. Okay. Do you know if Detective Isom ever tried to reach out to your parents?
I don't think he did.
Do you know if Detective Isom ever tried to speak to your brother Charlie?
I don't think he did.
Now, you are testifying today under a state subpoena, correct?
Correct.
And that state subpoena gives you immunity for your testimony, right?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury, since you're an attorney, what immunity is?
Immunity is freedom from prosecution.
So that means that anything you say today can't be used against you if the state decides to arrest you later on.
The state isn't going to decide to arrest me.
Do you know if they consider you a suspect?
I don't know.
Now, the life insurance policy that the state was asking you about, have you received any money from the life insurance policy from Mr. Markell?
I don't know if maybe in the beginning, the life insurance that Danny owed me about $100,000 when he died. I do think that his family made that disbursement. I don't know if they paid that through the life insurance policy, but other than that, there's been, the life insurance policy is money put away for the kids. I've never seen it.
Do you have access to that, or you have no control over that?
I have no control over that.
All right. All right, and I have, where did you say, so your boys are now down in Miami with your mother, correct?
At the moment, yes.
Okay. And you stopped letting Danny's parent, or Mr. Markell's parents, see the boys, is that correct?
2 years after Danny died, I stopped visitation.
Okay, do you have any intention of letting them see their grandchildren again?
I do. We've actually been in discussion the last few weeks.
No further questions, Judge.
Redirect.
How many times have Dan's parents been able to see your boys in the last 5 years?
In the last 2 years after they died, they've been able to see them every time they've asked to see them.
Okay, what about the last 3 years?
Since since 2016, they have not been permitted to see the boys.
They have not been permitted
That's right.
by you.
By me, yes.
Right, and that's not through lack of trying on their part.
No, that's because of what they did.
Okay, but they want to see those boys, don't
They
they?
very much want to see the boys.
All right. And Dan Markel's sister is the, I'm not sure if this is the right word, but the executor of that trust for the boys, is that right?
I think she has fiduciary responsibility over the trust for the
All right,
boys.
thank you. That sounds right. Did you at one time hold that position in Dan's will?
Oh, before we got divorced, I probably did.
Okay, but sometime after the divorce, he changed that over to the sister.
He must have, yes.
Okay. And did you initiate proceedings to try to fight that decision that he made to make the sister the executor or the beneficiary, have the fiduciary duty for this money over you, through the disbursement to your children?
Can you rephrase the question for
Did
me?
you initiate any type of proceeding at any point to try to contest or fight Dan Markel's sister being appointed as this fiduciary for the life insurance for the boys?
I don't believe that I did.
You did not?
I don't remember doing that, no.
No further questions?
Any juror have a question to this question? If you do, write it down. We'll go sidebar. Adelson, I don't remember what it related to exactly. I mean, I remember you saying this, and one of the jurors had a question about, you said your memory had been refreshed about something. What did you mean by that?
So over 5 years have passed since Danny died. And I'm
Speak to them.
sorry. So more than 5 years have passed since Danny died, and a lot of the things that we're talking about today, I just don't remember at all. And so to refresh my memory, to make sure that I could remember things, certain documents were shown to me, emails, legal pleadings from the case, so that I could remember what was happening at that time.
One of the jurors was a little confused with the timing. You had said you had a boyfriend and that it was not clear to them whether you said it was a month after your separation and filing for divorce or a month after it was finalized.
Sure. So I started dating someone who was a friend of mine for many years, and it didn't become romantic until after I had filed for divorce. So about a month after I filed for divorce, someone who was a friend in my life became more like a boyfriend than a friend.
Okay. What was wrong with the television that had to be repaired?
I think one of my kids might have thrown something at it, so there was a crack in the TV.
And why have Mr. Markel's parents not been allowed to see the grandchildren?
Well, they were allowed to see the grandchildren for 2 full years, and I used to cook meals for them and arrange play dates. We had sleepovers, and then I found out that that Ruth Markel had reached out to a foster care agency to try to place my children with that agency, and I became very worried that they were trying to take my children away from me. And so after that time, I didn't feel a level of trust that they could spend time with the kids. I was afraid they were trying to take them from me.
Okay. Follow up, Ms. Captain.
Your reference to the foster care agency, does that have to do with an email that was sent to me from your mother-in-law?
Yes, it does.
All right, that Dan's mother.
Yes.
And that email was in reference to, in the event that you and your parents were arrested in association with this crime, could I please contact that particular agency to assist with the children in the event they have no guardian temporarily until they could get down here from where they reside in Canada. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so they were not trying to take your children unless there was an event where you were unable to care for them.
But because there's no event in which I would be unable to care for them, that feels like trying to take away my children.
Okay, thank you.
Garcia.
No follow-up question for
McMahon.
And this email about there being possible arrests of you and your family, that came right after Catherine McMahon was arrested, right?
I don't remember exactly the timeline of that.
Okay, thank you.
Further, Ms. Captain?
No, sir.
All right, you can step down. Do we need to keep this witness any further?
No, Your Honor.
Anybody need her any further? McMahon?
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Hold on a second, Ms. Sados.
Under subpoena, Your Honor.
You remain under their subpoena.
Your Honor,
Right,
Ms.
you.
Adelson has a flight tonight at 7 p.m. May she return home and be subject
You
to
can
recall?
communicate with her about any arrangements if you need her to come back, but she's free to go at this point.
Your Honor, we'll reach out to her attorney when we
All right, last thing I get this afternoon is probably not what you want to hear, but it was a little legal lesson that one of the jurors raised. They asked a question about the type of immunity that was discussed by Ms. Adelson. It's really not a fact question, it's a legal question. So this is a little legal lesson. In the state of Florida, there are three kinds of immunity. There's transactional immunity, there's use immunity, there's use and derivative use immunity. Transactional immunity means that some person cannot be prosecuted for an offense. Use immunity means that what the person says cannot directly be used against them. Use and derivative use immunity means that what they say cannot be used against them, nor can it be used to develop leads to gather evidence against them. The type of immunity that Ms. Adelson has received, because I have been the one that explained it to her, is use and derivative use immunity. In other words, what she says today cannot be used directly against it, nor can it be used to develop leads against her. She does not have transactional immunity. I mean, she could be prosecuted for the crimes involved, but what she said cannot be used against her nor used for any leads to develop information. So hopefully that answers the juror's question that asked the question. Time to call it a weekend. Remember, we won't be meeting Monday. Need to be back here, same place, same time, 8:45 Tuesday morning. Don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't watch any TV accounts, read any newspaper accounts. We've invested a lot of time and energy in you. Please, keep it that way for us, please. Anybody have questions about what's expected of you? Yes, ma'am. 8:45 Tuesday. 8:45 Tuesday. Anybody have other questions? We'll see you Tuesday morning. Either side need anything?
Yes, Your Honor.
Everybody be seated. Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. With respect to the two witnesses that were listed this morning, both Senior and Junior Collins, I believe will still be at the state attorney's office. My court reporter has been there now for 80 minutes. The response that I got was they may be there, but the response that I got from my court reporter was they will wait until 5, otherwise they're leaving, and if we want to set them again, we're going to have to subpoena them. The state is intending to call Luis Rivera on Tuesday morning. I don't have enough time to subpoena these two attorneys to get them in. I had asked if they would walk from the 4th floor down here so that they could be present before the court and this could all be sorted out. The response that I got through my court reporter was they're unwilling to come down to the courtroom. We just want to be effective for our client. Again, these witnesses were listed this morning on
If you can just rewind it back a little bit, then maybe it'll catch up with the buffering. If that's the issue.
Can I approach this briefly?
That's yes. It's the wireless system is not working like it needs to be. So Mr. Wiggins is going to take the laptop and put it on the bar in front of you so that you all will be able to hear it or to see it. And then he has a Bluetooth or a speaker that he's going to attach to it to make sure that you all can hear it as well. If you have any issues, let me know. Just raise your hand and let me know.
May I, Your Honor?
Let's turn to page 214. The next page.
Okay.
And we see references to the procedure. What is this detail?
So this is when I would have done the laceration repair to her lacerations on her bilateral wrist. The order that you see is for lidocaine, which is the numbing solution that we use. And then further down, you see the procedure notes. Those are done as I did the laceration repair.
Was this the only treatment that you had to provide to her?
As far as any procedural treatment, yes.
Moving to page 215 and discussing the section that begins with consult and psychiatric consultation. Because of the nature of her presentation, did you in fact request that emergency psychiatric evaluation take place within the hospital?
So I can't remember again who they grabbed. However, I did notify our on-call psychiatrist, who's listed on the previous page at the bottom, to see the patient.
So it would have been done at your request because of what you knew about her presentation?
Correct. I told that physician what was going on and requested that she see the patient.
And would the results of that contact be incorporated into these records on page 215 that we see?
Yes, this appears to be the evaluation of the psychiatrist. It appears that one of our, we have a group of psychiatrists that see patients, so it seems like I may have spoken with one in that group and a different physician conducted a psychiatric assessment.
So this section on page 215 rather, that large text psychiatric consultation notes would have been produced as a result of the on-call psychiatric professional coming in, asking us regular questions and taking notes and keeping a record of what she said in response to those questions.
I believe so. This is his dictated note. So that's generated from his consult. Yes.
Based on your training experience, is that how these notes in these records sort of come to appear in this form?
Yes, yes.
So moving to page 216. I'd like to draw your attention to the entry app that starts 01, 12, 19, 11, 07, and they read that and explain what this information pertains to.
Read it, I'm sorry, I just found it. Read it out, you said?
Please.
Okay. Patient arrives by EMS from home, A&O ×3, crying. Patient reports that she self-inflicted laceration with kitchen knife to bilateral wrist this AM at 0900. EMS noted no active bleeding on scene and placed dressings on wrist. One laceration noted across each wrist. Patient reports numbness to left hand. Patient also arrived with dry blood to bilateral feet and stated that it was not her blood. Bruise noted to left upper arm.
Where would this information have been derived from?
This appears to be our nursing notes from here forward. I'm just going through. This was not me documenting that. Typically, the nurses' triage notes and then their timed event notes would appear in this area of the chart.
This information would have been available to you had you needed to refer to it for any aspect of the entry.
Correct.
Can you tell the jury how deep the lacerations were on Ms. Redlick's wrists?
So they were both subcutaneous, which means that typically they'd be into the subcutaneous fat, so through the dermis and epidermis of the subcutaneous tissue.
And deep enough that it required, you could just put a band down.
Correct.
Had to perform the procedure that's detailed on page 214.
Correct.
Is this the type of injury that if it is deeper or more extensive can kill someone?
If she, if it went deeper past the subcutaneous, yes.
She could have sustained injury that may have ended her life but for emergency medical treatment.
Correct. It depends on the depth of the wound, of course. So if you enter into the space where you have your arteries, the radial artery in this case, then yes.
She didn't need quite that deep.
It did not appear from my physical exam, no.
I have no further questions this witness.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So when you treated Ms. Redlick at the hospital, you did notice a bruise.
Correct, yes.
Is that the same bruise that's also described on page 216 of the records, where it states, bruise noted to the left upper arm?
I would assume so. The documentation on 216, again, was not mine. So that was a nurse's documentation.
Do you know what time that nurse put that documentation in?
It says 1/12/2019, 11/07.
If we go back to your documentation, do you know what time you put your documentation in?
It looks like the physical exam was done approximately between 11:06 and 11:08.
So did it overlap and was it at the same time?
A lot of the time, my nurses will be at the bedside with me. We're actually encouraged to see patients with the nurses at the same time so that they know what their plan of care is.
So do you recall if there was a nurse with you at the same time making these notes?
I don't recall.
Now, you said that you testified that there was, I think, on page 12. If you had heard Ms. Redlick complain about numbness to her left hand, where would you have noted that?
So in the physical exam on page 212, that's my exam there. So I did a physical exam to determine if there was any numbness. So on my exam, there was not. If she indicated to me there was numbness, then it would be indicated in the either the history of present illness or the review of systems on page 211.
On page 216, again, at the 1/12/2019, 11/07 mark, that was a nurse's note.
That's a nurse's note, correct?
And the nurse stated that patient reports numbness to the left hand.
She did note that in her note.
I'd like to now turn to page 221. I had blood tests, or lab tests done in this case, right?
Correct.
And what did these tests test for?
The ones listed on 221?
All of those.
So the ones listed on 221, it's a urine toxicology screen to test for amphetamines, barbiturates, benzodiazepines, cocaine, methadone, THC, opiates, oxycodone, and tricyclics.
Specifically, I want to talk about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
This page, yes, it's the top, yeah, ethanol.
Okay, so one of the things that we tested for was ethanol.
Correct.
In other words, we tested the presence of alcohol in the blood system.
Correct.
And the reference range for the alcohol level is less than 10 milligrams per deciliter.
Correct.
Which means for any individual, there should be less than 10 milligrams per deciliter of alcohol in their testing. Is that right?
This is assumed to be a negative result for our lab, is what that means.
So if someone consumed zero alcohol, that test result for alcohol would be the one that is on.
Correct.
Ms. Redlick's,
Yes.
which means that Ms. Redlick's test for alcohol was in the normal range and it was negative.
Correct.
I would like to turn to page 212. And the measurements.
Okay.
You have Ms. Redlick's weight at 139 ounces.
Correct.
And this is on January 12, 2019.
Yes.
And she was 5'7" in height.
That seems correct, yes. Height of inches, 67. Correct.
Do you have a moment? No other questions?
Do Mr. Wiggins any redirect?
Yes, Dr. Bago, had Ms. Redlick spent the preceding 12 hours cleaning up a murder scene rather than drinking, is it possible that her blood alcohol level would report whatever was in this particular result?
I can't answer that question. I don't know.
No further questions, Ms. Witness?
And you're not going to speak to the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
The other information for doing that.
All right, Mr. Wiggins, your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Edward Bigley.
Ms. Garcia.
Bigley.
Or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you please state your full name for the record, spell your first and last name?
Good afternoon. It's Edward Bigley, B-I-G-L-E-Y.
And could you please tell the jury where you are currently employed?
With the City of Winter Park Police Department as a property evidence crime scene technician.
And how long have you been a property evidence crime scene technician with the Winter Park Police Department?
I've been with the agency 31 years.
And what type of education and training do you have that qualifies you to do your job?
Graduated Winter Park High School in '85. After high school, I went into the service, served as a military police officer until 1989. Attended Valencia Community College when I got out of the Army and served at the Universal Studio Security Command Center while going to school. And in '91, I was hired by the Winter Park Police Department. I started as a 911 operator and then eventually moved over to evidence.
So I'd like to direct your attention back to January of 2019. Were you working on that particular day?
I was not, I was off.
Did you actually get called in on that particular day?
I did.
And when did you get called in?
I got a phone call from my supervisor at 9:50 in the morning.
And what were you asked to work that particular day?
I was told that they were working a death investigation where the main crime scene technician would need assistance and asked if I was available.
And did you come into work that day?
I did.
And where did you actually go to on that particular day?
To the scene itself at 1231 Temple Drive.
And do you recall when you actually arrived at the scene? And if you need to, do you need to refresh your recollection?
For the exact time, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so please, and do you have a copy of your report?
I do.
Okay, so please look at your report. Once your recollection has been refreshed, if you can flip it back over and look up.
I arrived on scene at 10:40 hours.
And when you arrived on scene, were you the first person on scene?
I was not.
Were you the first, and just for clarification, in Winter Park, are you considered a CSI or a CST?
Technician, we're civilian employees.
And so were you the first CST on the scene that particular morning?
I was not.
And could you please describe to the jury some of your duties and responsibilities as a CST?
So besides investigating crime scenes, as a civilian employee, we turn over all of our information and findings to an officer or a detective. And in this case, for this type of scene, it was a lot of processing and collecting of evidence, photography. Then once we have all that evidence, it's our job to also maintain all that evidence back at our evidence room.
When you arrived on scene, could you describe this scene to the jury?
Yes, it is located at the corner of Elm and Temple in a nice area of Winter Park. It's a larger home. The officers had already set up their barrier tape, the yellow tape that you see, and I stayed outside of that tape until I was needed.
And when you arrived on scene, did you speak with anyone when you first arrived on scene?
I did. I met with crime scene technician Carla Sunball and Detective Pam Ware.
And after speaking with them, were you briefed about what had occurred thus far?
I was.
And at that point in time, did you actually stay on scene or did you go somewhere else?
So I stayed on scene while they were obtaining a search warrant. And then during that time, I was asked to go to the hospital to photograph injuries.
And why did you go to the hospital?
I did.
I said, why did you go to the hospital?
To photograph injuries from Mrs. Redlick.
So someone had already been transported?
Correct.
And that was somebody who was found on scene that morning?
Correct.
And did you go to the hospital to photograph these injuries?
I did.
And do you remember what time approximately that you arrived at the hospital that day?
May I look at my report?
Did your recollection need to be refreshed?
It was around 2:20, but I can tell you specifically if you'd like.
Do you remember?
It was around 2:20.
Okay. And when you arrived at the hospital, was Ms. Redlick at the hospital?
She was.
Was there any other officer at the hospital when you arrived?
Yes, Officer Lauren Galloway.
Okay. And when you got there, did Officer Galloway already have some evidence for you?
He did.
And what type of evidence did he already have collected?
He had the evidence turned over to him from the hospital, the clothing, some gauze, and he had also taken photos as well, which did not turn over to me, but we talked about him having photos.
So he had already taken one set of photos. Since he had already taken one set of photos, did you still take additional photos?
I did.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Let the record reflect I'm showing counsel's mark for identification as States P. identification as states P. Do you recognize states P?
I do.
How do you recognize states P?
My initials are on the disc that contains the photos.
And prior to coming to testify today, did you have an opportunity to review this disc, and did it contain the photos that you took on that particular day?
It did.
And are those photos a fair and accurate depiction of what Ms. Redlick looked like that day at the hospital?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers was mark identification as states P.
Any objection?
Objection.
States P will be admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 18. Commissioner Postma.
Yes, ma'am.
CST Bigley, how did you determine what photos to take of Ms. Redlick?
Upon my arrival, I introduced myself to Ms. Redlick and told her I was there to document any injuries that she may or may not have.
And I know it's been a while, but if you saw Ms. Redlick again, would you be able to identify her?
I believe so.
And could you look around the courtroom and do you see Ms. Redlick?
I do.
Could you please point her out describing a piece of clothing that she's wearing?
Ms. Redlick is wearing a white blazer.
So when you went and you introduced yourself to Ms. Redlick, did you ask her if she could identify any injuries that she had?
I did.
And did she describe injuries to you?
She did.
And did you document those injuries via your photos?
I did.
Could you describe the jury what was the purpose of this first photo?
When you go to multiple scenes, you start with a start page and a stop page, so you know that everything falls within that range was with that case. So in this case, what you're looking at is my establishing shot, the photo log opening, that date, that time with that case number.
And so you started taking photos of the defendant at 1450?
That's correct.
And what is 1450 in normal people time?
2:50 in the afternoon.
Okay, let's go back one. Sorry about that. Okay, so this is photo 2627. Could you describe the jury what we're looking at?
Ms. Redlick is in room 60, and I'm opening the photo log. We're going to do overall, so just establishing photos.
And now going to photo 2629. Is this an injury that you're documenting that she told you she had?
That's correct.
And so what was the first injury that she told you that she had?
A bruise above the left elbow.
And photo 2630, is this a close-up of that injury?
It is.
And then in this one, are you measuring that location?
We use a scale for reference. As you'll see, this is with a flash.
And for the record, that's 2631. And another at 2632.
Correct.
Now, besides the arm, what other injuries did she indicate that she had, if any?
Scratching on the right neck area.
And this is photo 2633. Is this what you're documenting?
Correct.
And then once again, on 2636, are you putting a measuring thing up there?
Correct, a scale for reference.
Okay. And at this this point in time, what other injuries did she indicate that she had?
A head injury above the left ear.
Okay. And is photo 2637 indicating that?
Yes.
And another at 2638?
Correct.
Oh, wait, hold on. We're still on 20.
It's still loading, yes, ma'am.
Okay. There we go. Sorry, 2638.
Correct.
And a close up, 2639.
Yes, ma'am.
And then 2640. What other injuries, if anything, did she tell you that she had?
Still photographing that same area.
The area of the neck?
Correct.
Okay. And the same with 2641?
Correct.
And then 2642, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then what, if any, other injuries did she indicate to you?
I believe that's all that was noticed. These are overalls of her hands.
Okay. And then let me go back with the injuries. Were you taking, so you were taking pictures of the injuries because she indicated that that's what she was describing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That was regardless of whether or not you saw them with the naked eye. Is that correct?
Right.
Because in these situations, it's not your job to determine whether or not you see the injury. It's your job to document what the individual's telling you?
Correct. I was there with her permission.
And these are just overalls of her hands?
Yes.
So not necessarily any injuries, correct?
Correct.
And once again, overalls of the hands?
Yes, ma'am.
So no injuries on the hands, correct?
None noted. Yes, ma'am.
At least on the top of the hands, correct?
Correct.
We have the neck, which is for the record 2650. Could you describe the jury what this is a photo of?
Just more overalls.
Okay. And then did she describe any injuries of the feet, or were you just doing the overalls of the feet?
Overalls of the feet.
So 2653 is just overalls of the feet.
Correct.
And 2654 overalls of the feet. Sorry, my computer's a little ahead of the one overhead. Give it one moment here. There we go. So once again, 2654 overalls of the feet.
Correct.
Okay, so no injuries to the feet, correct?
None noted.
Or none that she told you, right?
Correct.
Okay. And 2655, this is another overall of the feet.
It is.
And then overalls of the knees.
Knees to the bottom legs. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's 2656.
Correct.
And 2657.
Correct.
And then 2658 is another picture of the knees.
Yes.
Did she tell you that she had an injury to the knee?
Yes, on her left knee area.
And once again, you're taking photos regardless of whether or not you see injuries, correct?
Question asked and answered.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Moving on to 2659.
Same photo, yes, ma'am.
It's just slowly uploading. There we go. So 2659, another closer photo of the knee?
Correct.
And then here you brought out the measuring, is that correct?
With scale, yes, ma'am.
And that's 2660 for the record.
Correct.
And this is a different angle of the knee on 2661?
From the right side, yes, ma'am.
And 2662, a different angle?
Yes.
And 2663, yes?
Correct.
Oh, sorry, and what is this picture of?
Right knee area.
And what are you doing in photo 2664?
Adding scale to the right knee.
And then what are you doing in photo 2665?
Ms. Redlick had stated that she had pain on this left side of the head, so I was documenting this as well.
And 2666, is that a closer view of that documentation?
It is.
And 2667, a closer photo?
Yes.
And then what are you doing in photo 2668?
Adding scale to the area she pointed out to me.
And then is this your closing photo?
It is.
Okay. Now, we didn't see any photos of her actual wrists. Why did you not take any photos of the insides of the defendant's wrists?
I took photos of the areas that she allowed me to photograph.
So the defendant did not allow you to take a photograph of the inside of her wrists?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Correct.
So after finishing taking the photos, did you collect, what did you do before you left the hospital?
I met with Officer Galloway. He turned over the clothing that he had received from the hospital to me.
And you said, and what type of, what did Officer Galloway turn over to you?
The clothing that she was wearing and collected evidence by the medical staff.
And then besides the clothing, did you also collect some gauze?
I did.
You're under permission to approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Let the record reflect, I'm showing opposing counsel what's been marked for identification as states AO and AP. And the witness was been marked for identification as states AO. Do you recognize states AO?
I do.
And how do you recognize states AO?
This is my evidence tape. These are my seals. This is my signature and initials.
And is this the shirt in which you collected from Officer Galloway at the hospital?
It is.
Your Honor, this time the state offers what's marked for identification as states AO into evidence.
Any objection?
No, I don't have an objection to both of these coming in.
All right, so what letter is that? AO? That's the next numbered exhibit. That'll be admitted.
That's State Exhibit 19.
And I'm now showing you what's been marked for identification as states AP. Do you recognize states AP?
I do.
And how do you recognize states AP?
This is my writing. This is my tape seals. These are my initials and signature.
And what is states AP?
It's the gauze swab collected from the hospital.
And are these the swabs that you took from Officer Galloway?
They are.
And were these gauze kept in your care, custody, control until you submitted them into evidence?
Yes,
And was this also sent off to FDLE?
It was.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers was marked for identification as states AP into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Any objection on AP?
No.
AP is the state's next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 20.
So after collecting the clothing and the gauze from Officer Galloway, what did you do next?
Went back to the Winter Park Police Department to submit this evidence into our evidence unit.
And after submitting the evidence, what did you do?
And then returned to this scene to assist CST Sunville.
And when you returned to the scene, do you remember approximately what time you returned to the scene?
Around 5 o'clock, but I can certainly tell you if you allow me to.
So does your recollection need to be refreshed?
Please.
Please look at your report, and once your recollection's been refreshed, just look up.
I cleared the station at 4 p.m. and returned to the station. Returned back to the scene.
And what time did you arrive at the scene?
Approximately 16:25.
So 16:25 is...
Sorry, 4:25 p.m.
So when you arrived at the scene, what was the first step that you did in order to assist CST Sandoval?
At that point, the search warrant had been signed, and I was asked to videotape inside the residence.
And how do you go about videotaping, or how did you go about videotaping the inside of the residence?
Very similar to what we do with the photo log. We'll do establishing opening shots, and then as this home was large, we'll segment it out around the home itself.
And did you do that in this particular case?
I did.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Let the record reflect, I'm showing opposing counsel was marked by identification as states L. I'm handing the witness was marked by identification as states L. Do you recognize states L?
I do.
How do you recognize states L?
This is my initials on the disc I reviewed earlier.
And when you reviewed this disc earlier, did it have the video in which you were just speaking of?
Yes.
And was this video a fair and accurate representation of the scene as you documented it on that day?
It was.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers was marked by identification as states L into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
L is the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 21.
So when you do a documentation like this, do you just put the video in and press play or no?
No, ma'am.
So how did you document the scene?
First thing we're going to do is set up an establishing date and time, just like you saw in my photos, what time we open the video log, and then we will segment it as we go through the residence.
So let's start with the video number 09. Could you describe the jury what that was?
It's the introduction, it's the opening of the video log at that date and time for that case number.
And when did you start this video?
16:30, which is 4:30 p.m.
So moving on to video 10.
This is the front of the residence from the east side.
And video 11.
This is the front of the residence from the north side.
Video 12.
This is the front door entrance into the residence.
Now, I'm going to pause it for just a second. Could you describe to the jury what you were wearing as you entered the house that morning, or I guess afternoon at this point?
We're in full Tyvek suits. I am head to toe covered in those white suits that you see to protect, to make sure that I don't bring any trace evidence into that scene.
Video 14.
14 is the formal dining room to the south bedrooms and the kitchen area.
CST Bigley, at this point in time when you're making and creating this video, has the initial photographs already been done by CST Sandoval?
I don't know that. I can tell you that there was no evidence collection up to that point because this is still establishing.
And video 15.
The south bedroom hallway and its contents.
Video 16, file 16.
From the south bedroom hallway to the kitchen.
CST Bigley, as you're walking through the house, what, if any, steps are you doing in trying to avoid stepping on the evidence, the blood?
So we're wearing protective clothing, so I'm wearing Tyvek boots, but doing my best to, of course, avoid any evidence that we come across.
So moving on to file 17.
This is the family room back to the kitchen.
Some other angles, and we'll get back to those in a little bit. So after you finished with and documenting the scene with the video, what, if anything, did you do next?
Later that evening, it was my job to assist CST Sunball with evidence collection.
Okay. And this was after photos were taken and evidence was marked, is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you assist at all in deciding what pieces of evidence were going to be marked or how that was going to occur?
I was more of a collection role than actual marking. That was Carla that would do that.
And is that because she was kind of the lead CSI on this case?
She was.
Okay, so you went through and you collected some different evidence, is that right?
I did.
Okay, so I'm going to chat about the different evidence that you collected. Let's start with the office. Let's see. You're under permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Let the record reflect I'm showing counsel was marked as composite BM. Composite BM. Do you recognize composite BM?
I do.
And what is composite BM?
These were the knives located in the sink.
there's multiple photos here, is that correct?
Do we review all these things? Yes, ma'am. These are all evidence items that we collected on scene.
And are these photos of those items?
They are.
And do these photos fairly and accurately depict where those items were located on scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers what's been marked for identification as composite BM into evidence.
Any objection?
Objection.
BM is admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 22. Commissioner Foster.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is BM5. And can you tell the jury where this is located?
It's the office area located off the hallway.
Permission to approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel is marked as AM. And the witness, what's been marked for identification as AM. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And how do you recognize this?
These are my tape seals, initials, signature.
And were you the individual who collected this from the scene?
I did.
And was this in your sole care, custody, and control until you bagged it and put it into evidence?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state offers what's been marked for ID as states AM into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Any okay. AM is admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 23.
And where was this located? In the house?
That was located in the office area.
BM6. Do you recognize BM6?
I do.
And what is BM6?
A black shirt.
And where was the black shirt located?
At evidence marker 1, which was underneath the towels.
And this, and could you describe to the jury what this is?
Appears to be a hole in the shirt.
And is this a close-up of this?
It is.
And where was this located?
In the hallway adjacent to the cleaning bucket.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Approaching opposing counsel to mark for identification as states AR. Do you recognize states AR?
I do.
And what is states AR?
This is that black Nike t-shirt.
The one that we were just talking about?
Yes,
And is this the shirt that you collected?
it is.
And was it in your sole care, custody, and control until you put it into evidence?
Correct.
And is those your evidence, your initials, and
My initials, date, time, and signature.
is this also, and did this actually get sent to FDLE?
It did.
Here, this time the state offers was marked for identification as AR into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
AR is admitted as the next exhibit.
State Exhibit 24.
Do any of you need to take a comfort break right now? Or is everyone okay? Are you okay? All is good? All right.
CST will be going back for just a quick moment to what's now states 23, okay? I just want to clarify. So this you said is evidence tag what number? And this is, so what is states 23? Just for, what states 23?
It's a Samsung laptop with power cord. It's marked as evidence marker 8, which is evidence tag 9.
Okay. And so where was this actually located?
One Samsung laptop with power cord was recovered from the kitchen table.
Okay, so it was not found in the den?
This was not from the office, no ma'am.
Okay, so when you, because before you said it was found in the office, it was actually found on the kitchen table, correct?
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that. So moving on to some additional evidence. Did you collect any other additional evidence that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Moving on to PM5. You did tell the jury what this is a photograph of.
You're looking at the hallway outside of the kitchen, in front of the downstairs bedrooms. This is the cleaning products and towel location.
Okay. And did you collect any evidence from this?
Correct.
And what did you collect from this location?
Evidence marker 3 was a sample of the liquid, and evidence marker 2 was the mop.
Okay, so did you collect the sample of the liquid?
I did.
And then also in the same location, looking at EM number 2 for the photo, can you describe what this is?
Evidence marker 1 is 9 towels.
And did you collect the towels?
I did.
Commissioner Kirchner?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm person witness. Mark for identification is AQ. Pending the witness was marked for identification is AQ. Do you recognize AQ?
I do.
And how do you recognize AQ?
It has my markings and my writing on the outside, including my tape seals.
And what's been marked for identification as AQ?
This was collected from evidence marker 1. It's listed as evidence tag 22, which is those 9 towels.
And where was this located again?
In the hallway.
And did you collect this item?
I did.
And was it in your sole care, custody, and control until you submitted to evidence?
Correct.
And is this your evidence marking at the top?
Yes, ma'am.
And was this also, at this time, the state offers was marked for identification as states AQ into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
AQ was admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 25.
Commissioner Pro Turner?
Yes, ma'am.
States, Commissioner opposing counsel was marked for identification as states AS. And so this is marked for identification as states AS. Do you recognize this?
I do.
How do you recognize this?
These are my tape seal signature and initials.
And what is in AS?
This was the liquid sample collected from that bucket.
And were you the one who collected the sample?
Yes,
And did you collect the sample and put it into this larger bag?
I did.
And was in your sole care, custody, and control until you put it in this bag?
Correct.
Until you sealed it?
Correct.
And did you send this off to FDLE?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers what's marked into evidence, the state AS.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
AS is admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 26.
At any point in time, did you collect any lab pants?
Yes.
At this time, the state is showing EM3 for the composite. And where were these located?
Those were located in the hallway of the master bedroom to the master bath.
And you collected them?
I did.
And they were at marker 15?
Evidence marker 15.
Commissioner Approach.
Yes.
Showing the clerk of council's mark identification as states A1.
Yes.
And the witness's mark identification as states AY. Do you recognize states AY?
I do.
And how do you recognize states AY?
This is my information on the outside. This is my signature and tape seals.
Were you the one who collected this?
Yes.
And was in your sole care, custody, and control until you put it in the bag?
Yes.
And did you submit this to FDLE?
I did.
At this time, the state office was marked as evidence that states AY.
Any objection?
No objection.
AY is admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 27.
At any point in time in the evening, did you collect any knives?
Yes.
And how many and where did you collect the knives from?
There were a total of 4, one from the floor, and the others were from the sink.
Showing composite EM1. Can you tell the jury where this one was located?
Evidence marker 4 was the one that you saw in the video on the floor in the kitchen.
And then we're going to be looking at EM8 and 9. So could you describe to the jury what this is a photo of?
In the kitchen, these were the knives that were in the sink.
And then the other photo, could you describe to the jury what this is a photo of?
This is documenting them with evidence markers.
So it's the same knives, just with the evidence markers?
That's correct.
And these are the knives that you collected?
Correct.
Commissioner Bergeron?
Yes, ma'am.
Council's been marked for identification as states AU. States AW. States AX and AT. So we'll start off with states AU. Do you recognize states AU?
I do.
And how do you recognize states AU?
This is my nomenclature. These are my tape seals.
And is this, and what marker did that come from?
This is evidence marker 5, which was located in the sink.
And was this the knife that you collected that evening?
It is.
And was in your sole care, custody, control until you put it in the box?
Yes.
And did you ship that to FDLE?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state offers what's been marked for identification as states AU into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
AU is the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 28.
Showing you what's been marked for identification as states AW. Do you recognize states AW?
I do.
And how do you recognize states AW?
My nomenclature. These are my markings.
And what evidence marker did you collect that from?
Evidence marker 6.
And where was that located?
In the sink.
And did you keep that knife in your sole care, custody, control to put in the box?
I did.
And was this one of the knives that went to FDLE?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state offers was marked for identification and states AW.
Any objection?
No, Judge, no objection.
So AW will be admitted as the state's next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 29.
And then I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as state AX. Do you recognize states AX?
I do.
And how do you recognize states AX?
My writing, my nomenclature, my tape seals.
And what marker did that come from?
Evidence marker 7
And where was that located?
in the sink.
And were you the one that collected that?
I did.
And was it in your sole care, custody, and control? Did you put it into the box and sealed it?
It was.
And did this also go to FDLE?
It did.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers was marked for identification and states AX into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
AX is the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 30.
So at this time, I'm showing you what's been marked as for identification as states AT. Do you recognize states AT?
I do.
And how do you recognize states AT?
This is my writing, my nomenclature, my tape seals.
And where was states AT located?
Evidence marker 4, which is on the floor of the kitchen.
And did you collect this?
I did.
Was in your sole care, custody, and control until you sealed and put it in the box?
It was.
And did you ship that to FDLE?
Yes.
And at this time, Your Honor, the state offers was marked for identification as states AT into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
AT is admitted as the state's next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 31.
So after you collected all of the evidence, did you do anything else that evening?
Went back to the station to submit and secure those items.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Any cross-examination, Mr. Parnell?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Redlick.
Good afternoon, Counselor.
When you went to the hospital, you were describing some photographs you took as overalls.
Correct.
Those were, for context, kind of completeness of the exhibit, right?
Sure.
Those are ones you chose to take.
Yes.
And then there were photographs that you said Ms. Redlick had indicated that she had some sort of injury, and you took photographs of those parts of her body where she indicated something was amiss there.
I did.
You yourself noticed bruises on her body.
I did.
So on the left arm,
Correct.
neck area, knee area, you noticed all those?
I did.
When you said that she drew your attention to her head, you said that she mentioned pain, right?
She mentioned an injury.
Okay. In your direct, you had said specifically that she had mentioned pain on her head. Do you recall that?
Okay.
Well, she didn't describe that as a big cut on her head or bleeding from the head or anything more specific than pain.
That's fair.
Okay. Galloway was there with you, or I guess Galloway was the person that took photos before you arrived, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know how long before you arrived?
I don't know when he got there, no, sir.
But he was still there when you got there.
He was.
And so when you were taking photos of Ms. Redlick, he was still there.
Correct.
And then after that, you collected the clothing from him and the photographs from him.
That's correct.
Was he in the room with you the whole time?
No.
He was right outside?
He was outside.
You remove the condition that the black shirt was in that you had collected from Ms. Redlick, or sorry, that Ms. Redlick had, her shirt?
No, sir.
Would seeing the shirt itself refresh your recollection as to its condition?
Andrew.
The shirt would refresh your recollection as to what it looked like at the time?
Or I can describe it, yes, sir.
What it looked like? Did you remember any defects in Ms. Redlick's shirt?
No. Her clothing was not searched, sir.
For purposes, I have state 19. What I would ask is you could remove the shirt from the bag, observe it. Oh, did you bring your own gloves?
I did.
Came prepared. Are you able to remove the item? And is that Ms. Redlick's black shirt that was collected from her at the hospital?
It was.
We'll see if there's any damage on that, specifically if I can draw your attention to the right, where your right hand is. Right under the neckline. So what I'm looking at is right here. You see any tearing in this? Can you show that to the jury? And that shirt's been in either your own possession or at least possession of the police department ever since it was collected?
I can check, sir, but it's been opened by someone else as well.
Do you know when that was?
I can check, yes, sir.
Does it say on there?
So this was also processed by FDLE.
Okay, so you've already answered that on direct. But it's been in the possession of law enforcement since it was collected on January 12th.
Yes.
You were there with Ms. Sundval the entire time during the search warrant in the afternoon?
No.
You were just there for part of it?
I was.
Okay. And you said on direct, I believe, that she was kind of leading the charge as to what's being photographed, what's being collected, and you were more just following orders on that?
That's correct.
The videos that you took, that was an undisturbed crime scene.
Correct.
So things that were on the video in certain locations, that's how they were found when you guys went in the door.
That's correct.
So the knife that you saw was just out in the open, out in the floor open like that.
That's correct.
Those towels were just out in the floor open at the base of the stairs?
Correct.
I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
Thank you. Your Honor. All right. Thank you very much, sir. You may step down. State your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State Call Detective Pamela Ware.
Uoehr. My first name is Pamela.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Would you please tell the jury where you're employed?
I work at Winter Park Police Department in Winter Park, Florida.
What do you do for the Winter Park Police Department?
Currently, I'm assigned to the General Assignment Criminal Investigation Division.
How long have you been so assigned?
5.5 years.
What are your duties within the General Investigation Unit with the City of Winter Park Police?
So we investigate all types of crimes, from anywhere from vehicle burglary to sexual batteries to homicides. And we make sure that we also interview people, and we go to crime scenes and gather information and work alongside our crime scene techs on cases. We also work together as a unit on some of the bigger cases that we have.
How long have you worked in this capacity in this General Investigations Unit?
5.5 years.
Detective in state of Florida versus Danielle Redlick.
I was.
How was it that you ended up being the lead in this particular case?
So when we're assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division, we're put on call. And on call, we usually have a day that we're on call, and we rotate weekends. So there's 6 detectives assigned to the unit. So every 6th weekend, we're primary on call. And some of our other detectives are secondary on call. This particular weekend, I happened to be primary on call, so I received the call to come out.
Just happened to be your weekend.
Happened to be my weekend.
Approximately what time were you notified of the fact that there was something that you needed to respond to?
It was a little before 10, I would say about 9:40. I arrived on scene at 10:06.
Did you get a general briefing about what it is you were about to encounter prior to your arrival, or was it until your actual arrival?
So when my sergeant calls us out, they usually give us a brief overview of what we're going to, so we can prepare ourselves to what type of call it is and get in line of what I need, how many detectives I would need, other resources that we might need.
So this day, I received some information prior to arriving on scene.
What did you know about the scene that you were responding to, the call for service that caused you to be pulled away from your weekend and begin investigating this case?
Sure. So I learned that there was a 911 call that occurred, and the caller on the 911 call said that her husband had passed away the night before, possibly from a heart attack or possibly that he was stabbed. There was an altercation that occurred. And so we were responding to that.
Describe the scene. What's going on scene upon your arrival?
Once I arrived on scene, I parked out on the street. I saw that the road officers had already secured the scene with crime scene tape, which is normal. I went onto the driveway. I noticed there was 3 black cars parked in the driveway. There were eggs, broken eggs on the driveway and also on the car, on one of the cars. The Miss Redlick was standing in front of the garage with the fire department personnel. I went over and talked to the officers to make sure that the house was secure, meaning that it had already been cleared. There was nobody in there that was still a threat, and that nobody was from law enforcement or no other witnesses were inside the residence.
Did you make contact with Miss Redlick at this point?
I did not.
And do you see the person that you would eventually come to make contact with here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Please identify him by an article of clothing.
Sure, she's wearing a white jacket.
So, did Miss Redlick remain on scene?
She did not remain on scene. She was transported to the hospital.
Were you able to, or any other law enforcement officers able to immediately enter that home on Temple Drive at this stage of the investigation?
No, our protocol when an event like this happens, we all back out of the house, we don't go in, and we obtain a search warrant to go into the house.
You mentioned that she was being treated by fire department personnel. Would you and your team that worked this case later interview those folks?
Yes.
You mentioned that this all started with some sort of 911 call.
Yes.
And you were aware of some of the information that had been relayed in that 911 call.
I was.
In the early stages of your investigation, did you get access to that 911 call and have a chance to review it?
I did. I was given access and reviewed it.
Through let me show defense counsel what is marked as States A for identification purposes. Permission to approach?
Yes.
Detective Ware, I'm showing you what's marked as States A. Do you recognize States A?
I do.
And how is it that you recognize it?
Because my initials are here with the date of when I reviewed it with you.
Prior to your testimony, we reviewed it.
Yes.
And does it contain a 911 call?
It does.
Does it contain the 911 call that you got access to in those early stages of your investigation?
It does.
Through the course of your investigation, did you have a chance to familiarize yourself with Ms. Redlick's voice?
Yes, I did.
In person?
Yes.
And also over the phone?
Yes.
And based off all of that, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the 911 call that Ms. Redlick placed on January 12th, 2019?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move into evidence what has been marked as States A for identification purposes.
Any objection?
No objection.
States A will be admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 32.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
my home. What the address is there? 1231 Temple Drive, Winter Park. Okay, yeah, one of my jurisdiction. Let me get their fire department on the line. Hold on one moment. What's my number? What do you need to leave fire medical? This is someone with a medical transfer for 1231 Temple Drive in Winter Park. Hold on one second. Sorry, 1231 Temple Drive, right? Yes, ma'am. Yes. Okay, thank you. What's going on at 1231 Temple Drive? I believe my husband is deceased. Okay. And why do you believe he's deceased? Because he thinks, I just, he's sick, and this morning he might have a heart attack, I don't know. Okay. Did you just find him? No, actually, it happened last night. It happened last night? Correct. Okay. How did that happen? 65. Hold on one second. Did you find him this morning? Because I know you said that you believed it happened last night. Did you see him last night? Was he okay or what? He was not okay last night. We had altercations and stabbed himself, and I ran into the bathroom, and then when I came out, I tried to help him, and I was just blind in blood. You say you tried to help him out, and then I correct, yes. Alright, and then I tried to help him, and I woke up sitting up next to him, and I've been trying to figure out what to do. Right. I got you. I'll give you some help, You all had an altercation last night, correct? Yeah. Alright. What's your name? Danielle? Are there any weapons on scene now? A knife. A knife. He said he was 64, right? 65. I'm sorry? 65? 65. So, okay. Go ahead and give me your first name again, because I want to call your name. Danielle? Danielle. Okay, so Danielle, let me ask you this. So, did he stab himself last night? Did he pass last night? And you just didn't know what to do? Correct, I believe so, yes. Okay. Were you all drinking? He was. He was? Yes, he was. And the altercation was the night before, too, when I left the house. And took my children with me, because he was dating them, too. Were your kids dating last night during this altercation? No, they were not. They were not here, and they're not here now. And then you first said that you thought he had a heart attack. So do you think it was a heart attack, or do you think it was due to the fact that he passed away? Probably the stabbing triggered it, I guess. I don't know. It's a shoulder wound. You say it's a shoulder wound? Right. I'm just getting all this information. 25. For the call, okay, I have multiple units in the office, I have police nearby. Give me your husband's first name. Michael, from the Western. R-E-D-L-E-C-K. What is it, your neighbor? 5153. Go ahead and move that knife away so my unit will be able to get in there. Are you able to put that? Oh no. Where's the knife? Oh, in the kitchen. Okay.
She worked in that area. She set up here.
Danielle, what's her last name? R-E-D-L-E-C-K. Go to verify your phone number for me. Number 901-355-4234. And what time do you think I have our altercation and those address stuff? I think it started around 10:30. He was actually choking me and trying to suffocate first. I actually went for the knife. And he was screaming, what are you going to do? He did that. He grabbed it. That's when I told you that it didn't be emotion, and I ran out of the room. Basically around 10:30 p.m. I think we need to go back and check on work. Did you stay there? You know, I think he found him for a while. He came past the door and was closed, and he was doing stuff. I was trying to stay away from him, I heard some moaning and stuff, and I was scared, and I finally went to check on him, and I could see that he was out of it, and I was looking on his blood, and it was heavily bloody, so I tried to, out of it, he was already, I was trying to give him mouth. Is there a reason why you didn't call last night? Yeah, and I was really afraid, and he just like was bleeding, and I was just trying to get him to wake up.
Stand by. Clear.
And I was exhausted after I fell asleep, sitting up next to him. I tried to hurt myself this morning. It doesn't look good. The emergency people are here. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and okay. Go ahead and speak with them. Pardon? Go ahead and speak with them. Speak with them? Yes. Okay.
Okay, Detective Ware, so that was the 911 call that led to your response, the other officer's response, FD's response, and you mentioned that Ms. Redlick, instead of making contact with her at that moment in time, she was going to be transported to the hospital.
That's correct.
Did you have anyone from law enforcement accompany her to the hospital?
I did. We had an officer that rode with her in the ambulance and also one that met her down there.
Was Ms. Redlick under police custody at this point in time?
No, she was not.
Were you responsible for making the request to have photographs taken of Ms. Redlick there on scene?
Yes, I was.
You mentioned that the process to obtain a search warrant was underway and you couldn't enter the home. What did you decide to do during this time period?
During this time period, I took that time to go down to the hospital with another detective to see if I could talk to Ms. Redlick.
What was the purpose of making contact with Ms. Redlick at this point?
We knew that she had 2 minor children, and we needed to find out the whereabouts of those children to make sure that they were safe, and also see if there was any relatives in the area that for next of kin issues, and really another reason is to find out what happened.
Who were you with?
I was with Detective Wagner
Where did you end up making contact with Ms. Redlick at?
in the emergency room.
Kind of describe, you've seen the photos
Yes.
of Ms. Redlick. Is that the area that you made contact with her at?
Yes.
Was that interaction recorded?
Yes, it was.
Does this recording capture the entirety of your interactions with Ms. Redlick during this encounter at the hospital?
Yes, it does.
So there's no pre-interview or sort of, conversation that you had before you go on the record?
No.
It's all here in the recording?
Yes.
And showing defense counsel what's marked as states D for identification purposes. Prior to your testimony here today, did we have a chance to review the contents of States D?
We did.
And does it contain a fair and accurate depiction of the interview you conducted with Ms. Redlick at the hospital?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move into evidence what's marked as States D for identification purposes.
Any objection?
No objection.
D is admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 33.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
This is Detective Ware, January 12th, 2019. The time is 13:06. The case number is 2019-4600053. I will be talking to Danielle Redlick, white female, 11373, with Detective Wagner at Florida South.
Detective Ware, is this what is commonly referred to as a surreptitiously recorded interview?
Yes.
So you don't have your recorder out in Ms. Redlick's face?
No, I don't.
Where is it?
It's in a folder. I have a folder that I bring with a notepad, and it's in there.
So have you started the recording before you're in her presence?
Yes.
And if we were to listen to the entire recording, are we going to hear sort of a section of you kind of walking and making your way through the hospital to gain access to her?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll try to jump to when there's actually something going on.
I'm worried about them. Are you Is it okay for you to Oh, I'm Detective Ware. With Northwest Police Department. In Fargo. Are you, I know that you, had doctors coming here from talking and stuff. Okay, I wanted to ask you, just some information about the kids and, that you have any next of kin or any family in the area or anything like that? Okay. I'm a little worried about them. Okay. The contact information for where you're at is, in your phone, is that correct? It is, yes. Okay, and from what I understand, your son is staying with, Marcia and David? Okay, somewhere on Home Road?
Yeah, off Hall, yeah. Their address is Lonsdale is their street. Lonsdale, I think it's L.
Okay.
That's the street on Hill Road in the park.
Okay. Okay. And your son's name is Ryan?
No, that's his friend.
Oh, that's his friend's name. Sawyer? Okay. And how old is he?
He's 7.
Okay. And your daughter? Okay.
15.
Okay. And she's staying at Mary's house? Okay. And you don't know Ashley is her mom?
Actually, the mom.
Okay. It's okay, if you can't remember, we'll try to make contact with them.
So there's actually text messages with both of those individuals to me before I left the home today.
Okay.
Confirming that they were in a case history and confirming those.
Okay.
So you can find both of them in there.
Okay. So, you're not being held by us at all, okay? I just want you to know that. We just kind of wanted to get some type of information as to what happened. If you're willing to talk to us, that'd be good. For us to know kind of what happened. But it's, if you were.
Perfectly honest with that. I'm just really concerned about my kids going into debt. What are you doing about that?
So, are there any, you don't have any family in the area or anything like that?
I do not. We are solo. He isn't either.
Okay, where's the closest family for him?
They have some cousins and occasionally visit our state of Florida part of the year. For me, it would be a ride, I think.
Okay, is it okay to visit them?
Yeah. So that's the kind of things that my kids are, I mean, I understand the question, but
That's the doctor. I think the doctor, because of your injuries, I think they are looking at me correctly. So, right now,
yeah, I just,
okay. So is that what they said?
honestly, and she said I have to evaluation.
Okay, we were told the same thing, so it looks like, that might be what they're doing. So maybe after, you get into the facility and then they, I don't know, doctors would have to tell me when they're not moving to the kids.
Well, who tells them this then? The kid is, my husband's gone.
So what will happen is we would notify them, what happened.
You're not able to,
Yeah.
retracted. If the retracted is needed, reach out after there. You said if I'm unable to, if you can't talk immediately, you'll be able to.
Is there any So the medical examiner will take him and they'll do an autopsy and determine do their and determine what happened, and then they'll be there until and I'll get all that information for you so that when you get ready to the facility, we'll have all that information to the contact at the environment people can get it. Did you have any arrangements or anything like that? Okay, we're beginning. Okay. They're really good at being able to provide information.
he was drinking heavily, the daughter poured out vodka. And I said, you may not pour that, you may not want to pour all that out, because then he can pass out, so he come home at some point. And, my son had texted me at that point and said, my dad is passed out. So I came home and I went there to see him. He did my day Friday to work. And I did my day. I had some Skype texts with him during the day. Weekenders and football came together that evening. And it was after the 21 days. Once again, he came for his own journey. And we're really heavy. And just started from there. I think that's about what I was comfortable talking about currently. Okay. That's kind of what we have. Unfortunately. I mean, very angry. And, you know what? When he did it to me and stuff, there was all this, it wasn't even near what he did either, but I was trying to get him to think a little more fairly. Well, you asked me to tolerate mine and stuff, and long story short, that's kind of what. And then, going by.
Okay. How are your kids there last night? Okay.
They were not there, otherwise I would do love again.
Okay. So after the game?
After the game, his son went home with his buddy, the safety, and they took him home. I think I asked him to take him home.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so they have no room. Then anything's happening. And I just took her all over the lines. She wanted to hang over there.
I don't hang her.
They would be looking. I was walking in when we talked, and I sent him a couple of texts and said a few things like, when you're ready, we can talk. And he had approached me earlier when I went to work and said, when do you want to talk? And I said, when you're ready. And then he started spewing. So I said, okay, you're not ready. You know, so let's just do this. Ready, what's going on in there? It was 17 years, and we were so yeah. I'm sure about 5 years or so where he stopped and he on exactly what's going on. He is in the anyway, just but remember this, that someone went to a shop. Perhaps for now, I don't know. She wants to go take care of them. This is something I have other people who are already offers people who are drive by my house this morning to see what's going on. So I know that he has another friend who lives around the corner, Brian Wild. Actually, I think his father is a sheriff. So you're another friend. Brian. That's possible. Well, let's see what they're like. They're talking to me about that.
Right now, that's the doctor. It's on the doctor is care. So,
Not knowing what's going on. What would they say about me? We would just say, we weren't given any details, and are just gonna tell them that your father was away and that you, were in Boston. Is there anything specific you want me to tell them or? Let the mother think about that. The other man, you said that he's ex-husband. Yeah, Caesar. Then I don't know his last name. And I don't know why I got that person. She said it was they call her basically asked me out. This is not go. What school does your son go to? Only one country. And does your partner or even he has a lot of things. They both have some phone business. He needs semifinals for oration at school. Big deal. It's coming up. So she's gonna mess it all up. You're gonna be. What do you think about? Anything else you want to do? Or you want to talk to? Okay. I can see that. When you want to know more about what's happening in the future, when you get out of the hospital, the best thing to do is to call me. And then, I can tell you how it is. And kind of what's going on. Was it a day or two, or things you usually, will probably perform the autopsy on Monday. But it's allow me when I start but I'll know more after I don't get it. And my mom, more is on to the manager. cannot be held, but the doctors are evaluating my, I mean, held by the police department. So the hospital? Correct. Okay. So, you have the psychiatrist and somebody else. So, otherwise, if they conclude that I can go either to some point here, I can go home, correct? Correct. How long is that for? I'm not sure how long that is. They're not sure because of investigation? Correct. If you're not going to be held under my correct, we might want to keep in it, come back with us and then talk to us if you're comfortable. But from what I understand, I think they are going to hold you for a couple of days. Just worry about your well-being. Helping my children would be the best, or all of our would be. I'll find out if you're going to be transferred anywhere. I'll find out from the doctors and I can let whoever your children are staying with. Sure of anything right now. At 1:38.
Detective Ware, during that conversation, there was some discussion about Miss Redlick's cell phone. You heard that?
Yes.
Was Miss Redlick in possession of a cell phone on scene when law enforcement arrived?
Yes, she was.
And was that phone seized from her there on scene?
It was.
And was it transferred to you while you were still there on scene during your initial response?
Yes, it was.
I'm showing defense counsel what's marked as states BH for identification purposes, BH. Permission to approach. Detective Ware, if you could just open up BH, look inside, and let me know if you recognize that to be the cell phone that was provided to you that had been seized from Ms. Redlick there on scene. At this time, the state would seek to move into evidence what has been marked as states BH for identification purposes.
Any objection?
No objection.
BH will be admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 34.
Detective Ware, was that phone provided to the Orange County Sheriff's Office Digital Forensics Unit to be forensically extracted?
It was.
And would you review the forensic extraction that was obtained from the phone?
I did.
And in fact, that was the second forensic extraction.
That's correct.
There was a forensic extraction done by Winter Park in the first instance.
Yes.
Was the second forensic extraction done years later in the hopes of recovering deleted evidence?
It was.
Ms. Redlick was not under arrest at this point.
No, she was not.
And you departed from the hospital.
Yes, I did.
But she was not free to leave the hospital.
Correct. She was under doctor care.
And did you learn that she was in fact Baker acted?
Yes, I did.
There was also a discussion about Ms. Redlick's children. Were you able to actually track them down and learn their location?
Yes, we were.
Can you explain how it was that the children were located and how that transpired?
Sure. Once I left the hospital, as I was leaving, I got a call from my supervisor saying that Miss Redlick's daughter arrived on scene. She was dropped off by friends on scene. So I left the hospital and went to go talk to Jaden.
Would you also locate, or was Sawyer also located?
Sawyer was located later. Jaden actually helped us with finding the correct address for where Sawyer was, and we were able to locate him as well.
Were both the children interviewed?
Yes, they were.
As a result of Ms. Redlick's commitment to the Baker Act facility, did the Winter Park Police Department notify the Department of Children and Families?
Yes, we did.
Why was that notification made?
We make notifications in cases like this. One, because the father was deceased, and two, the mother was under care in a hospital and she was Baker acted. The children were minor. We had no place to put them. We couldn't bring them back to the station. So we called DCF to let them coordinate the best avenue of where the kids should stay for their well-being and health until the mother was released from the hospital.
Is the Department of Children and Families a separate agency from the Winter Park Police Department?
It is.
Is it a law enforcement agency?
No.
Was an individual by the name of Terrell Tucker, who was in the position of a child protective investigator, assigned to follow up on the call that y'all placed?
Yes, she was.
Were you contacted by her at some point?
Yes, I was.
And what was the purpose of Ms. Tucker calling you to make contact with you?
DCF contacts us to coordinate. They have an investigation that runs parallel with our investigation. It's not a law enforcement investigation, but they need to sometimes talk to the parents in this case and find out more information about what's going on at home, if the children are at risk. And that was the purpose of her contacting me, to see if there was any conflict if she went and talked to Miss Redlick.
And did you tell her that there was no reason why she couldn't go talk to Miss Redlick?
Yes, she could go talk to her.
Would you later speak to Ms. Tucker about the conversation that she had with Ms. Redlick?
I did.
All right, let's return to the scene. The warrant was obtained.
Yes, it was.
And did you enter the home?
I did.
What is the purpose of the lead detective actually making entry into the scene?
So as a lead detective, we work with our crime scene technicians, and we do a walkthrough at the beginning of the scene to kind of see the layout and see what evidence we need to further the investigation. And at this point, I went into the home and did a walkthrough and kind of pointed out what I was looking for and what should be collected, and we kind of work side by side together.
Part of this walkthrough, part of this collaboration included making some observations of the victim.
Yes.
Did you notice anything that appeared to you to be consistent with vomit in the proximity of Mr. Redlick?
No, there was no vomit.
And that was something that Ms. Redlick said had occurred?
Yes.
Did you notice something else on his clothing there on scene that you would get a better look at when you attended the autopsy?
I did. I noticed that on his pant legs, there seemed to be like a white mucousy substance consistent with egg whites, uncooked egg whites.
Were you there on scene when the medical examiner investigator took possession of the body?
I was.
Were you present when the items were removed from Mr. Redlick's pockets?
I was.
I'm showing defense counsel what has been marked as states BL for identification purposes.
Yes.
Detective Ware, I'm showing you what's marked as BL for identification purposes.
Yes.
Do you recognize that photo?
I do.
Do you recognize it to be a fair and accurate depiction of the contents of Mr. Redlick's pockets?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move into evidence what has been marked as states BL for identification purposes.
Any objection?
No objection.
BL is admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 35.
Permission to publish?
Yes, sir.
Publishing states 35. Detective Ware, I want to talk to you about this cell phone. What kind of cell phone is that?
It's a Google Pixel 2.
We discussed that the iPhone that was recovered from Ms. Redlick was forensically extracted by the Winter Park Police Department.
Yes.
And then later the sheriff's office.
Yes.
Was there an attempt made to perform a forensic extraction from the phone that was removed from Mr. Redlick's pockets?
Yes, there were several attempts made.
Were they all unsuccessful?
Yes, they were.
Did you seek help beyond even the state of Florida in trying to bypass that security and obtain an extraction from the phone?
Yes, we contacted the Secret Service to see if they could extract it.
Did you in fact send the phone to the Secret Service?
We did.
And were they able to obtain any sort of meaningful extraction from the phone?
No, they were not.
Part of the reason why there was some follow-up to try to locate passwords at a later point.
Yes.
Through the course of your investigation, did you establish cell phone numbers that were associated with both of those devices?
We did.
And did you obtain via a warrant what are referred to as call detail records?
Yes, we did.
Will you explain just very generally what call detail records are?
Sure. Call detail records are, like every phone has GPS and location and who they call and what times and things like that. And that's basically what the call detail records are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move into evidence what has been marked as states S for identification purposes and states T for identification purposes pursuant to the notice of intent to rely on business record certification.
Is there any objection?
Can I take a look? What is S&T?
State's Exhibit S will be admitted as the next numbered exhibit, and State's Exhibit T will be the next numbered exhibit after S.
S, State Exhibit 36, T, State Exhibit 37.
So could you go ahead and just tell the jury the numbers associated with Danielle's phone and the number associated with Michael's phone?
Sure. Danielle's phone was, oops, right? 901-355-4234. And Michael's phone was 408-829-1960.
Hold on just a second. Detective Ware, which exhibit is the 901 phone?
The 901 phone is Exhibit S.
Okay, so that's number 36, and the 408 is Exhibit T, that's admitted as 37.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wiggins?
You previously mentioned that you reviewed the contents of the cell phone extractions obtained from Ms. Redlick's phone.
Yes.
And did you also review the records that were obtained from the cellular provider of Ms. Redlick's cell phone number?
Yes, I did.
And based off of comparing those two, did it lead you to believe that Ms. Redlick had deleted information off her phone in and around the time of the homicide?
Yes.
And why was that?
I'm assuming to hide text messages between her.
Well, I don't want you to talk about why you think she did it. What was missing?
There was text messages that she said that they had communicated throughout that week, and there was no text messages there.
Did you provide these records, or were these records provided to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement electronic surveillance team in order to produce a mapping presentation?
Yes, I did.
So once again, going to return to the scene. At the stage that things are being moved around and looked under and through, did you actually locate some evidence?
Yes, I did.
And what evidence did you actually locate?
We located, there was towels that were piled up next to the stair. There was a mop that had blood on it, and a bucket full of like pink liquid that was on by the stairs. There was also knives. There was a knife in the doorway, knives in the kitchen sink, and there was a shirt that it was like a black Nike shirt that had a cut in it.
Trash. There was some trash that you actually discovered.
Sure, in the kitchen trash, I looked in the trash, and there was a McDonald's bag with containers that had blood on it with a receipt from McDonald's.
Is that this receipt that we see here as evidence that states 15?
Yes, it is.
The combination of the trash and
That receipt being from January 11th, 2019 at 9:43 p.m., did it cause you and your investigative team to do some follow-up to try to locate surveillance video from that particular McDonald's?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's marked as states. approaching the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Detective Ware, you recovered some McDonald's video from this particular, or McDonald's video, let me say this again, it's been a long day.
Yeah.
Surveillance video was recovered from this particular McDonald's.
Yes.
And you reviewed it.
Yes.
And we've had a chance to review it.
Yes.
And is it consistent with the video that is contained on this particular disc?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move into evidence what's been marked as State's J for identification purposes.
Any objection?
No objection.
J is admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 38.
Okay, so does that about cover what you did on the 12th?
Yes.
What did you do on the 13th?
I went to the medical examiner's office and observed the autopsy.
Witness what's marked as State's K for identification purposes. Approaching the State's K. Detective Ware, do you recognize State's K in the images contained within this composite exhibit?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict surveillance stills from that surveillance video that we just admitted into evidence?
Yes, they do.
And does it show actually Miss Redlick at the window?
It does.
And then the next frame shows the vehicle and the license plate that she attached to that vehicle during this particular visit.
Yes.
All right, this time the state would seek to move into evidence what's marked as State's K for identification purposes.
Any objection from the defense?
No objection.
Letter K is admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 39.
So here we see Miss Redlick in the McDonald's drive-thru at about 9:46 in the evening, the night that her husband died.
Yes.
We can see the license plate as she pulls off.
Correct.
Did you discuss the medical examiner's findings after the conclusion of the autopsy?
Yes.
Now, up until this point, based on all the information that you had from the 911 call, your conversation with Miss Redlick, did you believe her to be claiming that Mr. Redlick basically brought about his own death?
Yes.
Did the autopsy results as shared to you by the medical examiner give you reason to believe that that was not true?
Yes.
Would you end up speaking with Miss Redlick on the 13th?
I did.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Yes. We're going to do 10 more minutes. There's a video, an audio that the state is going to be playing at this in the next few minutes. So 10 more minutes, please.
So you would end up speaking with Miss Redlick on the 13th?
I did.
Did you provide her with your phone number during the course of that first hospital encounter?
I did.
And did she use that to reach out to you?
She did.
And did you call her back?
I did.
Obviously not on her cell phone.
Correct. She was at the facility.
And was that call recorded?
It was.
I'm showing defense counsel what is marked as State's B for identification purposes. State's B. Permission to approach?
Yes.
showing you what's been marked as States B. Do you recognize it?
I do.
And do you recognize it to contain a recording of that call that was placed on January 13th between you and Ms. Redlick?
I do.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of that call?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move into evidence what's been marked as States B for identification purposes.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 40.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
The case number is 2019-46000053, indicated January 13, 2019. I will be calling Danielle Redlick at phone number 407-264-7583 at the Central Florida Behavioral Center Palms Unit Nursing Station. The time is 15:16.
Let me, I can get the number for the medical examiner.
that. So they're just, they could be the ones that release his body, but they won't release it. They'll release it to next to him, which is you, or a funeral home that you set up to pick him up.
Okay, but it's not immediate, obviously. Funerals tend to be right away. It's not.
Right, so they, as far as I know, they don't have a problem waiting. It's not like they're gonna tell you, you have to be there, they're gonna leave. They don't know how they work. They're very, they try to work with the families of what's going on.
Right, because he's Jewish, but I know the other family members that I just speak to about, what that funeral would entail.
Okay, do you know who, like the family member, is there somebody that I can contact in his family, or?
I suppose so. It's, what's his name? He has a whole cousin. But you mean to just let them know, or do that?
Both. So we would have police in their wherever they live, notify them that he passed away, and then I can, if there's like special arrangements because of his religion that needs to be taking place, things like that.
Yeah, and also, I happened to think that it was late last night when I was transferred over to Nina, and I saw news, alert story saying this suspicious death that occurred, and so I don't know that, I know that rules, but at the same time, what are you telling people, and how do we move forward on this, if you'd like to?
That's really up to you. Now if you,
I reported to the dispatcher when I called what happened, so I just wanted you guys were just looking into it from there. I'm fine. I guess I just really wanted to be here. It was just, the statement is done, and thinking, wrong things or whatever.
right, so what you saw on the news is the only thing that we released to the media. Nothing else is going to be released because, we still have to investigate everything. And,
so, I guess I feel at a loss here without my phone.
Right. Well, the unit that you're in, they're not going to be able to give you your phone anyway, so. Right. But even if you had it, right, I understand. So if you need any phone numbers from your phone, I can get those for you and call you back with them if you just give your husband had passed away and that you were in the hospital. And that was it.
And so no one asked how?
No.
Okay.
And even if they did, we wouldn't have given them that information.
Okay, so that's just not being released yet, so you guys further determine on your end, is that correct?
Correct, that won't be released.
Okay. All right, do you have any other advice or questions for me at this point?
No, just if you have any other questions, you are more than willing to reach out and contact me, and I'll get back to you.
I'm willing to talk, I just want to make sure that that's okay. Like, I'm not opposed to it at all. I told everybody to sort of hear. And I think yesterday it was just still a little bit, it's just not knowing these situations are obviously, not pretty crappy when you're dealing with them. So, yeah, I might just call that, and then perhaps after you call back and explain to you what they send everyone else for, and I'll give you access to those reports and that.
So, if you decide to, if you decide that you want to talk to me and tell me what happened, that's fine. I would just like to do it in person.
Okay.
So that way I just know, I know that it's you, but that way I can see, face to face.
Yeah, and I might too, so I just make sure, yeah.
Okay, that's no problem. I will call you back as soon as I have that other number.
Okay.
All right, no problem. You're welcome.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are concluding for today.
The phone call.
Thank you. We're concluding evidence presentation for today. Just be mindful not to watch the news or talk to anyone about this. We are going to start tomorrow at 9:15. And we might do the same thing tomorrow. Actually, no, we're not. We're going to just leave at 5:30 tomorrow. Regardless of where we are in the testimony, we will leave tomorrow at 5:30. Have a good night. Thank you.